So, couple things right out the gate. One, I don't know if we're gonna make it. Like, the title is honest on this one. I don't know if we'll survive. Because I learned a couple things. I did not do any of the final bits myself, but I learned a few things. And the few things I learned had me a little worried about how the final, specifically the final fight, is going to work out for us. You'll note I've gotten us up to 75, a nice even 100 strength. The rest of our stats still suck. Really should have fixed some of those up, but, you know, things happened. Choices were made. We're here now. First I'm going to show you guys how I got to the area we needed to be in, and I'm kind of mad about it, if I'm honest. Kind of mad about it, but you'll understand why in a second. If I went the right way. If this is the right path? Might be the wrong path. This is the wrong path. Because, to put it simply, the biggest problem we were having for finding the area we were supposed to be in is we were going too far. That's how we ended up in the other area rather than the area we were supposed to be in. Because the area we're supposed to be in is actually rather close to here. Go away, infested corpse. Nobody likes you. Nobody likes this thing either. Ick. Die. Okay. So you might be wondering, why are we in the dark, awful place again? Well, the exit we need is down here in the dark, awful place. It's gonna take a little bit of navigating to find. I'm gonna be real, I half forgot where it was, but I found it immediately. See that sign? That's how you know you're nearby. Because that's where we kept going, down into the Green Asylum. The door we need is actually very close to here. I believe it's right through here, and then the door is right here. Yep. This is what we kept missing. Because the problem was, I was looking for this big door that we saw in the cutscene. I did not, for some reason, consider this little side door as a viable option for getting to it. And I'm kind of mad at myself about that, because it's such a simple thing, and yet just kept, like, fog zone in front of face the whole time about that one. Just could not figure it out. And then we got distracted down in that ash place, which, as far as I can tell, is for alternative endings. It's not actually required. The Forlorn Arena here is required. Oh, and I also made sure to finish upgrading the Broken Lance, which became the Steel Lance you see here. Pretty good damage, a little slow, very good reach. No further upgrades, so I'm not using it, and it's not better than the Lyrian Greatsword for me, so I'm not using it. I almost swapped to the Poison Claw, which was the upgrade from the Steel Claw. I was right that it gained elemental damage, but it gained poison damage. So, not entirely sure how useful that'll be. 38's not bad for a weapon with 50 speed. When you consider the weapon we are frequently using is the Vampire Hunter Sword, which edged it out in damage now that we raised our strength, because these numbers are reflecting the increase from our stats. Is this used to say 36 before I gained a couple levels, now it says 41. I think for somebody with lots of speed and dexterity, this would be a better weapon. Is it more than likely scales off of that? It raised a little bit from strength, but nowhere near as much. And of course the poison. Basically, I think all of the weapons that have really high speeds are probably best suited for those who have high speeds to take advantage of them with. Actually, the Dark Rapier is faster and the same strength as the Vampire Hunter sword. There is an argument to be made for using this now. It wasn't looking so good before, but as you can see, I've touched the crystal in here already. Because I was torn as to whether I wanted to make the walk again. Because with my luck, the second I went live, I wasn't going to be able to find the door again. And it would have been so embarrassing. And there's some signs of life over there. Now, it's worth noting that crystal, as far as I've gone in this area, haven't done a thing in here because I want that all to be fresh and new. Fiddlehead, okay. So from this point forward is, in all practical purposes, blind. I looked up some of the steps I needed to take to get things done, but I did that a couple days ago, and some of it has slipped. I did that purposely so that I wouldn't just zip through to the end and be done. Because the nature of these games is exploratory, and I didn't want to ruin that for myself or for any of you. But as I said last session, didn't want us wandering around for an eternity trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do either. So I middle grounded that for us as best I could again. Now I know some people may find those middle grounds to be unsatisfying, and I can't disagree, but there's also pacing that needs to be kept in mind. Are you a lizard man, or is... Ah, Saxarian. Okay. We've heard of these. At least I believe they were mentioned in some lore somewhere. Seems like they've got a variety of weapons, because we got a bunch of these spear guys, and we just saw this one over here with 2 weapons. Thankfully, with my enhanced strength, these guys aren't so bad. I do hope I haven't made myself too strong. Neither just nor fair. Huh. I get it. But yeah, I also went back and defeated all of the giant skeletons and grabbed what was behind the dogs we died to down there in the Green Asylum. It wasn't worth it. It was just a couple Moonlight Vials. I'm also carrying the light jars we've been picking up from the Chimeras just in case now. I feel like those will come in handy for something. And now that we're in the final stretch, it makes sense to have everything ready to rock and roll. You shitter. You know what? One thing I don't have on the bar? Antidotes. Oh, and you're not dead either, huh? It didn't take the antidote selection. God damn it. Now, at this point, there's hardly a point to even goddamn curing it, but I'm gonna do it anyway, just because I'm annoyed. I also did not realize I only had the 1 potion of anti-poison, so that's unfortunate. For those wondering how I have so many healing vials, I bought a handful, and then I crafted another, like, 7. Because I found a good way to grind at least the Lotus Pod component. Is the door where you go from Hollow Basin to the sewer area has 3 of the things that drop those Lotus Pods, and they respawn every time you go in and out of the door. So I just walked in and out of there until I ran out of opals and yellow morals, more or less. And I didn't grind any more of them. Because I also don't remember where those were. Yellow morals, I know, were literally just yellow mushrooms you broke somewhere. I just forget where. And I'm thinking that if I need more than 12 potions, there's a problem. We've learned that before. Oh no. Okay, it doesn't do what I expected it to do, and that's honestly a good thing. You might be wondering why I so quickly looked away from it. I sought power, unlike any found above, and I think I found a source. But this power will take my humanity, my function, and my sense of self. Is it worth losing rank and serving another if it means I'm closer to it? Hey, there's Zeno. How is the werewolf today? Ah. I wish I could just abolish those, but sadly, I cannot. There you go. How is the werewolf today? Because unfortunately, I cannot just nix pre-roll ads entirely without implementing mid-rolls instead, and I hate those more. I'm glad to hear you're doing okay. That's good. Glad you managed to hold together. So I have to imagine you're probably tired but after all of that then. And the thing I was worried those trees were gonna do, by the way, is if I was looking at them, I thought they'd freeze me, because one of the inspiration games we'd mentioned previously for this game, they would do that if you were looking at them. Okay. I'm glad that it didn't overrun you too much then. I'm gonna take that as a good sign. I'm kind of surprised that these flying things are here when we first encountered them so long ago. That's good. Probably for the best to keep productive, considering you still have the energy. Okay. So we got trees and floating things. What's this? I've met my end, it seems. At least I've found one of the great curses, the unkillable serpent. Second only to the Seven of Swords, the thief of life. I had hoped to find that one as well, one who could steal their life back if dead and turn killing into power, but alas. Nice. Always good. I think I've gained another like 4 in the past couple weeks for some reason, at least on the YouTube side. I assume it's some of the people that came over here from Blue Sky probably followed up over there too. Are you? Yep, you are hostile. Oh, it's got laser beams. No. No. You stop it with those lasers. No. Yeah. It's a good thing. I'm just always mildly confused because it's not like you get the reasons why people do these things. So I'm like, I wonder why. Oh. Oh, bad laser thing. I think the laser things might still manage to be worse than these Teledancias, I say, and then get poisoned. Okay, maybe the Teledancias are worse. I still don't know what these Gloomwoods are supposed to do. They just stare at you and look creepy. And I'm kind of okay with that. The amount of poisoning here is really making me wonder if I should have raised our resistance further. Because apparently this poison's lasting a decent amount of time. I'm gonna waste so much healing dealing with this poison. The hell? I know it's early, but hold that thought, y'all. Something very loud is happening outside, and I need to figure out what the hell's going on. Un momento. Hopefully I don't die in the meanwhile. I seem to not be poisoned anymore, so it should be okay. So, good news, I saw what's going on. Bad news, I still am no smarter about what's happening than I was when I went to look. I saw a bunch of sand and gravel trucks going through and some manner of green vehicle in the distance. Either they're doing road work or they're panicking about some kind of snowfall, which I don't think is happening. I don't know which, but I'm kind of confused further now, if that makes sense. It doesn't matter. Back to the stabbing. All that matters is they're not deafening me anymore, so I'll take it. Hopefully that noise wasn't getting picked up on the mic. Otherwise, I may have like a square waveform I may need to figure something out with. It was very loud for me, so I hope you guys didn't have to hear that. Wait. What? Why is this glowing purple in the distance? Magic plant. Maybe I broke it and it dropped something, but the drop clipped into the floor or something. Because it wouldn't be the first time I've had things just vanish into the ether like that in anything I've played. Let's see. A lot of nothing here. Am I going backwards? I might be going backwards. I'll be the first to say I didn't actually look at the compass when I turned around. But I walked past where the glowing plant was, like, going the correct direction. So in theory, we should be going forward? But maybe I took a wrong turn somewhere and ended up going in a circle. Interesting about all these giant weapons laying all over the place. Makes me wonder what happened here. 'Cause I don't remember there being any stories of giants amongst the lore we saw, but maybe I'm forgetting something. Or since most groups were just labeled by name, maybe one of the groups were giants. Who knows? Don't really have a good way to answer that one. And hopefully the audio balance is okay. This area does seem a little louder than the last couple, because the music's a little more constant. There's the thing again, so I've gone in a circle now. I can guarantee I've gone in a circle now. And yeah, I just wanted to double check that I didn't have a view range that I could change. Okay. So I was pretty sure that the view range being limited was on purpose, but I'm like, maybe there's a thing I forgot. Maybe I can extend my view so I can actually see the walls. No, We've been in a room that's identical to this before, too. And I think going this way is how we got where we were that led to us looping into there. Don't rightly know if I'm going in a useful direction at all or not right now. Now there's the book. So this is definitely the way I took to get there. So let's try going through a different door around there if there is another different door. I am digging the tune in here, though. I do want to say that, because it is a fun track, though I think this is how we got in here originally, and then we looped back through that other door. Yeah, because we broke this guy down to get in here, and he's apparently respawned because we were away from him for a while. Or maybe not. Maybe that was a different room, it just looked the same. Not a mimic. Earth Talisman. Okay. Is that an important Earth Talisman, or is that a fun Earth Talisman? Broken piece of a magical item. When the law of combat was all that mattered, a grand arena was formed by the erosive movements of life and death. Ages of conflict would give it form and then be broken. So I guess I need the other pieces of it, presumably. So maybe I've successfully did the first part of this then. Yeah, because this looped us back to where we first started hearing this track. So if I go this way, we leave this little area. Go back to bent armor. Okay. I'm starting to learn navigation here a little bit. I don't know if leaving there right now was the right choice, but I feel like since I picked up the key item, unless there is like a weapon or something laying around in there, there's probably nothing left for us aside from running in circles some more. And I presume that the Earth Talisman probably opens whatever this is. Because this looks important. Sealed, yeah. That's probably the case. Which means I probably go to this other side here, go get another thing, put them together and open the door. If I had to hazard a guess. Hippity hoppity, you get the boppity. Ow. Oh yeah, I've started to use a new spell. And I'll show it off right here as soon as it finishes charging. Lava Chasm. Does good damage even with low intelligence. Because it just kind of sits there and slowly melts anything that's standing on it. Including us. Figured I'd show that off just in case anybody was wondering. You can and will cook yourself with it. So, you know, careful with that one. Figured since I was already a little injured and probably gonna be using a heal soon, I may as well demonstrate the capacity you have to cook yourself. Nothing up there. Nothing around here either. I think that's just to get away from the Sexarians. You almost got me. Well, that was a waste of heal, because there's the crystal right there. I thought we had more room left before we looped. Turns out, not really. We looped already. That's okay. Gained enough for a couple levels, so they're actually giving a lot of experience then. Considering our poison issues, let's go ahead and raise our resistance a bit further. The last thing I need is to be out of antidotes and just drop from poison arbitrarily at some point. That'll really cause us issues. Admittedly, we've done that before, but that's neither here nor there. I wonder if the fiddleheads around here are part of making antidotes. I don't actually know what these are for. In fact, while we're near the crystal, let's go back to Wing's Rest and take a look at the other formulae that we can do alchemy with. Because I don't remember actually looking at all of those in any real detail. The other spell I've been keeping on is the warp spell. But that was mostly for while I was grinding, so we may put something else in that spot soon. Mana Vial is just Onyx instead of that. I can make some crystal shards as well to save us on that. And now it's 2 destroying angel mushrooms and lotus pod. Okay, so we're not gonna be making any antidotes is what that means. Which also means I don't know what to do with a lot of these things. It was... I know it involved Snowflake Obsidian. Snowflake, Onyx, regular. Okay. I'm not using these for anything else, so I may as well... There we go. This way we have some extra crystal shards on hand, so I don't need to keep the Spirit Warp spell on hand. If our mana was a little... Then again, our mana has gotten a lot better since the last time we had Ice Sword on hand. And Ice Sword would probably be more useful than most spells to us since our cast times are so terrible. This way we can have something we can use and forget about, basically. I'll just purchase us a couple of antidotes. Since until we start using more of our health vials, they're going to remain very expensive. Either that, or I've just bought so many that Cheryl's like, you know what? No. You're forever charged more now. Which wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, navigating the Forlorn Arena is why I wasn't too worried about today ending up being super short. So I feel like this is going to take me a little bit to figure out. Because I don't actually know what to do here, I just know this area is important. And it was also basically the only area we hadn't been to. Yeah, see, there's 3 different colored symbols. There's the outside of the symbol there, the inside of the symbol there, and then the hole there. So that's why it makes sense that the other piece would be this way. Just apparently we missed our exit for getting up there, which I guess is just right here. I'm gonna need rock bridge or something to get across that, though. I end up using rock bridge a lot. I should probably actually have wind dash on too, because one rock bridge ain't getting us there. There we go. Good thing I got us that more dexterity when we were trying to get past the issue with the chasm. Because with our original dexterity, we weren't going to be making that. Would have had to figure something else out. Okay. I dig it. I dig it. Vesta, huh? Okay. Not really sure what Vesta means, but it poisons me, so I'm glad I bought the extra antidotes. Poison, poison, poison. Okay. At least that's dealt with. Such a nice looking area and with such a good bit of music behind it. But if I'm already getting poisoned in here, I'm not a fan. And the sparklies are kind of distracting. Yep, this is a very poisonous area, considering these things that poisoned us before are here too. I guess we'll summon the ice sword at this rate then. Let him show what he can do, which is apparently not a lot. Just kind of sat there. Oh well. Looks like that's an antidote behind it in there. There you go. Look at you doing a thing. Ooh, they dropped fairy moss. That... You know, fairy moss, for all practical purposes, is basically an antidote. I suppose. If you think about it. Because the fairy moss gives you healing over time and poisonous damage over time. So they might balance out? Not entirely sure if that would 100% balance out. Well, part of me is like, there's no time like the present to test that. The rest of me is like, let's not. Let's not and say we did. Especially since I've only got the one fairy moss. There we go, dealt with. That looks like a death hole. I don't like that. That hole just screams, I'm gonna die. It looks so nice around here. A little dark, but I like the dark. Unless it's like full dark, you can't see a damn thing. That's a little too much dark. Whoa there. What? Something just shot at me. I think. Nope, don't like it. No, sir, I don't like it. I don't like when I have a question mark about whether something shot at me or not. I saw something fly by me, heard a brown noise. And I'm now confused. Go, another Vesta bites the dust. But you'll notice we already ran out of mana. His Ice Sword drains pretty quickly, and our mana pool isn't the best. So, that's a thing. This is a circle. Okay. 1 second. What's this? Oh, okay. Right, because the days are lining up between me and the other one. Yeah. Okay. Just like a split second of confusion because of weird timings. Don't mind me. I know I've talked about Discord and the notifications thereof numerous times, so I'm not gonna go into that whole thing again. Here's where we came in. So there's multiple loops occurring here, and I need to break one of them to figure out where I'm actually supposed to be. So what I'm gonna try to do, since the door's behind us, I'm gonna try to pull as hard to the left as I can. Thank you for the resub, Tiny. Hope you're doing well. Aha! I found a thing. This is back where we were when we theoretically got shot at, isn't it? Yeah. This was the staircase we saw, so that means this is a... What? That doesn't make sense. Because that basically makes that a dead-end loop, and that's not physically possible. Well, I can't say it's not physically possible because it's there, but it shouldn't be physically possible. Let me amend that. Oh, there are so many doors here. Well, that narrows one of them out. That one's useless. This just has an item laying in it. Which just leaves this one. Problem is, a lot of these rooms just have a broken weapon jammed in the ground that looks the same as all of the other ones. I also feel like I'm underwater here, and that makes me mildly uncomfortable, if I'm honest. Like, not noticeably or majorly uncomfortable, just that, like, tiny background radiation of discomfort. Yeah, I looped again. Okay. I've missed a turn somewhere. Oh, you may notice compared to previous sessions, our speed's gone up a little bit again. It's because I've added another or couple points of speed. So far, so good. We're in the Forlorn Arena, which is a new area. But as you can see by this, I'm just running in circles a lot. So I can only see so far ahead of me, as with the vision restrictions of the game. And I keep making wrong turns, trying to figure out which way is the right way. So there's no other door here, so we have to go up here by going this way. But going up here just leads to going back down over here. Which means somewhere over here has to be the key to this whole situation, then. Maybe this isn't a death pit? Yeah, there's ground down there, okay. Those paying attention probably noticed the cycle straight to the crystal shard just in case it starts looking like death as I'm falling down. Because for those that don't know, there was a patch like the day after we died in the load screen that added invulnerability during loading. Funny timing that, really. So, if it comes down to it, I can crystal shard out of a situation. More often than not, we're probably not going to be quick enough on the draw for that anyway, but it's a thing. It gives us more options. I'm going to be out of antidotes before you know it, apparently. And for those wondering, no, I didn't know I was going to be walking into an area full of poison. Don't like that. Don't like that at all. Are only some of them a trap? Because I'm not crazy, right? That other one definitely stuck a spike out at me. Aha! Can't fool me. Yeah, Mario. Didn't mean you're poison. You're so lucky I don't have mana right now. It's time for some karma for you. Burn for your sins. Now, this was resoundingly effective, but there's a catch. And that catch is, I gotta wait for the lava to go away. Hold up. Aha! Good thing I waited. Oh, that's just rude. Quit cheating. Knock it off. Shooting through the walls. Cheap bastard. Well, we're going somewhere at least. Thanks, I hate it. No, 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 no. You can't outfly my swinging. Slappy, 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 slappy. No poison for you. I don't know why I keep jumping at them. I think I keep expecting them to fly up immediately, so I would catch them on the way up. It also just feels fun to go flying at them today. There we go, another destroying angel. Interesting that we're getting those now. when we had the formula that uses them for so long. Though that was part of the formula for antidotes, wasn't it? 2 destroying angels and a lotus pod, which lotus pods are around here too. So they knew what they were doing. This was all by design, which is as expected. There was a lot of well thought out nonsense at play here. No, 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 no. You sit in your lava bath and you enjoy it. That's what you get. Now, the question becomes, how many more are there going to be? Answer is at least 1 more. Burn for your sins. You hadn't done any yet, but burn anyway. I almost set myself on fire. That's what the quick flame noise you heard was. It was the lava trying to burn me, even though it was despawning. This must be my other talisman. Yep, the water talisman. And there we go. That area is done too. Now I presume we bring the 2 together over here, and that'll open the door. Which took less time than I thought, but that's fine. We're not out of the woods yet. Okay, Xeno. Yeah, that's kind of to be expected. There we go. We have both halves, so now access to whatever this is. I missed what that said because I looked away for a second. I'd love to. I don't want to be here either. But I have to be here. The plot demands that I be here. Now, that's just rude. So they are making one good argument in that I probably should turn back because there doesn't seem to be a crystal here. Good for you. You know, that's great for you and all, and I respect you telling me to turn back, so I'll be back in a second. Okay, I will be back in a second by foot. This is when the door's not gonna open either. Okay, good, at least the door works. So I realized I hadn't saved after going to get the water talisman, and I'm like, I'm not doing that again. No, thank you. So I'll be back in a minute, Sixarius. Back for you in a second. Like, that place is dark and spooky. Obviously, I didn't want to be there either. And of course, you're all in on that, Tiny. That's expected. We've all got lots of places we don't want to be right now. I debated defense, but defense really seems to only apply when blocking, so I've just been ignoring it in favor of raw health. Because guess who never remembers to block? I'll give you a hint, it's this guy. Ba-da-da-dun, dun, dun, ba-da-da-dun, dun, dun. We're gonna die, die. Dun, 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 dun. Oh boy. I have great mixed feelings about this fight, cause I feel like it's gonna not go my way. Do, 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 do. I don't know what tune I'm on. Chamber of Fate. We just had this conversation. They're also putting invisible walls in. Ow. Good for you. Well, joke's on you. I'm dead already. Just mostly inside. Yeah. You might want your hammer first. I've got it right here. No? You're just gonna go do fisticuffs with it, huh? Your opponent looks dead already, though. Oh, wait, no, it might be waking up. Well, that didn't work out for you. I mean, ideally not. Ow. Rude. Oh, and you do poison, huh? Great. Love that for you. Your health bar also isn't really moving. Whoa. Okay, fireball, huh? Ow. He hits really hard, and I feel like I've barely moved his health bar. I have concerns. Oh, he's regenerating. That's why. There's gotta be a catch to this, then. Ow. Would love it if you'd stop poisoning me, you know. Here, catch. Well, those didn't work. Well, that would be ideal, yeah. Yeah, that generally is the suggested method for most things. Yeah, it would if I had any. Unfortunately, he threw the only one in here, and it kind of disappeared. Thing is, he is, I would assume, like, practically undead. So, like, magic? No, light magic doesn't do anything. Okay. And I assume poisoning him probably won't work. You know, this is an interesting reversal from what I'm used to, where going strength means I'm doing, like, no damage to this thing. Where I'm used to all of the other builds I ever try for something being the ones that don't hurt something. This poison's also lasting, like, forever. Okay, we can block him, and our block is successful. Ow. Jesus. Whee! Fall damage. Okay, Ice Sword seems to be a waste of MP because it's doing a lot of nothing to him. Might want to try Poison Mist. but I feel like poisoning him won't help because he'll just ignore that because he does poison himself. Why would he be weak to poison? Lava is working though. He's sitting in it now and it's actually getting to do something. Though for some reason it keeps pushing him out of it whenever I cast it. Ow. That is my face you just crushed with your sword. I would greatly appreciate you not doing that again. I don't know what you're doing, but I would appreciate it if you didn't do that. Oh, you're summoning weird, spooky ghost snakes. That's great for you and all, but could you not do that? I would really appreciate it if you didn't do that. Okay, Ice Sword finally did a thing. No, that's my sword that's flying around. He had a sword in his hand the whole time, if that's what you mean. That's what he slapped me with earlier. Ow. I summoned the sword, but it kind of just was piddling around doing nothing. Oh, something's happening. Yeah, kind of. Ow, ow, ow. Oh, hey, what do you know? We're not actually alone. Thanks, Demi. Not sure why Cheryl's here, but very helpful, thank you. Admittedly, could have really used your help a while ago, but I appreciate it now. Very good, very good. Not sure who you are, but you're being helpful. Oh, neat. I have a fancy new sword. Things are getting serious now. Wow, those come out fast. I can block them, though. Working on it. Can't seem to knock him down again. I don't have items anymore either, but we do have slowly regenerating health. Do I need to go for the body? Aha! That worked. Ah, I see. We need to buy a little bit of time. Yeah, because they're working on the ones over there. Down he goes. Even though they still haven't broken those, but sure, game. We'll go with it. I think he's dying? Oh no, he's just pissed. Okay. Okay, I can't help them with theirs. I think I blocked that in time? I'm not sure. We lost a lot of health there. Yeah, he's starting to chip through our block now. I think that's it. Our HUD's coming back. And he's turned to goo. Did I do it? Thank you for the help. Lord knows I needed it. Hey, Drac. Made it. One chamber's all that's left. Maybe it's finally time to wake it up. I'll meet you there when you're ready. Calamus is waiting there. Still have no idea who Calamus is, but sure. See ya. I'm beat. Sorry I got stuck outside that massive fire. I was able to buff your health and mana from outside it, though. Well, that explains why we had regenerating health. Guess Sicarius wasn't unkillable after all. Though I admit, I don't quite understand what death is. You did kind of avoid that whole situation, so yeah, that's fair. You would be confused by that. Because for those that missed it, we found their body in the prison. They were the one who had astral projected themselves more or less into immortality. For some reason, it seems more about rebirth or change. Maybe Sicarius is still out there in the universe. Maybe he'll get a new chance at life. Hopefully without remembering what just happened, because I really don't want him really pissed at me and coming back again. I would ideally not want that. Maybe this is all we have. Questions for the future. You also have a very long time before you need to worry about that. What happens to those in dreams when the dream is ended? Oh, that's a whole other question. Sorry, I didn't mean to get philosophical. Just nice to voice my thoughts with you, Drag. I'll meet you back at Wing's Rest. Well. A cursed night indeed. I've hunted many a foe claimed unkillable, but this sure was something else. Without his curses, he could finally die. Truly, he suffered a tormented existence. It's far better this way. You go ahead if you want to wake the Great One. I've seen enough for today. Well, I did not expect to get this far this fast, nor have that go as smoothly as it did. We're out of health, out of magic, and out of healing potions, so in case there's another step to this, I'm gonna fall back. At least try to. Yeah, Garrett, you've seen better days there, friend. Not sure what's up with your head there. Well, you seem calm. Hello, Drac. Seems I was quite unmatched, wasn't I? I don't really know what will happen to me now. I can't die, but I've never lost so much of myself before. You go on ahead. I don't think I'm cut out for this after all. I might just sleep a little. Well, that just leads to a whole other set of questions. If you can't die, what are you? Oh yeah, we have this now. Let's take a look at this. Lucid Blade. The old one that waits dreaming is awake. Who are these figments, spirits of a dream, to resist? None can, and you shall display your power over them. 221 damage. Well, that's a thing. Yeah, I'm just gonna quickly walk back to a save point, just in case there's another fight. Though, apparently we might be, finishing this game a lot quicker than I planned, which is gonna lead to a slight complication in my plan for today. So there's still plenty to do. So we'll probably keep at it with this, and just, like, do what we can around that idea, if it ends up popping an ending. Though, from what I've been told, you can do all of the endings in the game in one file, so it shouldn't lock us out if this does end up being an ending. Now, as to whether I'll show all of the other endings, I don't know. I walked too far. I'll probably at least do the Abyss Tower. Man, he didn't even give me a level. What a jip. Guess he wasn't that strong after all. But yeah, we beat Sicarius first try. Like I said, I did not expect that. Because I knew there was one at least very difficult fight at the end here, and maybe that wasn't the difficult fight, which is why I wanted to save just in case. I should probably also have gone and gotten health potions, but in case this is just a cutscene, I didn't want to waste everybody's time going and getting that and then coming in here. Worst case, we'll die and walk back in better prepared. At least that's the idea that went through my head on this. Room feels very weirdly empty with everyone having left and Sicarius' stuff all gone. And for those wondering, I will be counting this game on the list as beaten after the first ending pops. Grave of the Sleeper. Okay. It wouldn't be complete since I won't have done all of the endings, but one ending is good enough for me. But like I said, we will keep going for a while yet. Now, that looks important. And I see Demi standing over there. Is there something over here? I know I'm getting distracted from what I'm supposed to be doing, but what's new about that? This whole big area makes me feel like there's gonna be a fight or something. I don't know how to feel about this. What's up, Pazzy? Yeah, we got this by beating up this weird ghost demon skeleton lizard thing. Well. Oh, it's whoever this guy said he was. Yeah. Welcome to the end track. The Great One is right down there. Deathly sleeping on the same shore it was born on. There was a time, long ago, when I caressed it back to sleep. I would have done anything to extend its slumber, to have the world live just a little longer. But I agree now, it must be awakened. Its dream has gone on long enough. So I guess its dream's been the source of all the monsters and all the horrors, huh? Nah, it was just the one head and just the one part. Just it had a lot to unpack with what it was. Well, I wanted to get a better look at it, and I guess we're going to now. There's the monster from the intro that got put us to sleep by the melting moon. We freed it from the well. Now who knows what's gonna happen. Supposedly the end of the world. Or at least the end of the dream. Very sword-shaped void we're flying through there. Trees. Haven't seen those yet. I feel that, Pazzy. I feel that.
When a dreamer awakens, what happens to the inhabitants of the dream, or the world that was traveled, or the pain that was felt? The experience will linger sometimes, and the dreamer will remember. Some aspects of the dream will travel the veil and live with the dreamer in the waking world. There are no credits here, because this isn't the end. Newest of the fallen, take up your sword and fight.
Now, they're telling the truth when they say that that isn't the end. That's a ending. But there is, to my knowledge, 2 other endings to this game. Now, one of them I don't think I'll be able to do, mostly because I don't know all of what's required for it. One of them I know pieces of what's required, so I can poke around with that for a bit. But I am going to quickly put this on the list of what's been beaten just so I don't forget. So just bear with me one quick second on that one. No, that they purposely went way weird with some of this, and I respect it. Go. That is game 41 for the year and number 3 for the month. 41 is we ended up beating 2 on Saturday. Now, I've got quite the checklist to fulfill to get the other ending. I'm going to quickly show you guys what tells you what you need to do for that ending, and then I'm gonna have to work some stuff out to make it happen. We need to go here. Now, I don't know if we'll actually fully go through with making this ending happen, but I'm going to explain some things for those who may want to do it. But first, I gotta find my way back to it. Those of you who were here the last time we were in this area may remember that there was a hallway I didn't understand and was kind of worried about walking into. We since figured out what that whole thing's deal was. Didn't I kill you? Oh, you're hostile now, huh? Good for you. Well, you know what? You can stay there. For those wondering, last time he was asking to die because he didn't want to live that existence anymore. We obliged him, and as you can see, thanks to the curse in this area, didn't help him. He just came back. This is the wrong door. Getting through here is going to be a bit of a cakewalk now, thanks to our magic sword. Apparently these things still don't take a lot of damage from regular attack, but that's okay. Stabby, 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 stabby. Stop what you're doing. There we go. So, somewhere around here is where I'm trying to get us to. Oh, the sword beam's actually taking some of my MP. That's why sometimes it fires, sometimes it doesn't. Okay. I just gotta find that room again. I think I went the wrong way. But we'll find out. There's the big skeleton. But I think I went in a circle. Which, as you might imagine, pretty easy to do around here. Yeah, there's another one of those. I think this is the same one I was in a minute ago. But I'm not certain about that because these hallways do look very similar. No, I've backtracked all the way back to the beginning of this place. Which is not really what I wanted either. Because this isn't where what I'm looking for is. But I might be able to find my way... No, this isn't... Is it? This might not be the beginning. No, where I want to be is across this bridge. Which we've thankfully stopped the thing that launches you off the bridge every time you try to cross it. That's what all those weird green hallways were for. because we need to be in this area to get to what I'm looking for. Which there's a lot to unpack in here, and I'm not gonna get into that today. That's gonna be you want to know, you look at the last video for it, because I don't even remember half the explanation for it anymore. Take note of the fact that the Lucid Blade doesn't hurt these. This Lucid Blade is light damage. These things are very much light-based. I wonder, how well will this work against them? Since it's dark. Decently, but not amazingly. Okay. They still drop Fool's Gold, which I'm still not entirely sure what to do with. I also need to remember where the door to the Abyss Tower is, which is not the same thing as what I'm gonna show off right now. In case anybody's confused by that as well. Those are two different concepts. The Abyss Tower doesn't lead to an ending, I don't think. I want to say it just gets you one thing. But it is a very nice thing that I would recommend people that are trying to play through this game that are having any trouble. They may want to invest in finding the Abyss Tower and getting to it. Which is the other reason why I'm going to show it off, so people can find it. There we go. Just gotta get through all these screechy boys. Preferably without dying. Okay. This is Abdul's passage. Now, the reason why I brought us back in here is this book. For passage, 30 tokens of spite must be held by the traveler. These are given by the unnamed primordial god of cruelty whenever a deed is done which delights them. In my lifetimes, I've come upon several, which I will list. And that is relating to this as well. Cruelty in action, but beyond its stems, disciples wither at the truth of escape. They sought similarity. They blindly held my cloak as I led them down the dark passages of life, of death. But I have now carved a vessel. I have lain incantation, sacred rite, and bloodied sacrifice. The door is finally ajar, so slight enough that I might escape. The book detailing the other bit is right here. Replace a prisoner and an angel. Slay a giant of magic. Transmute an animal into a mass of humanoids. Use poison to give separate wills to the brains and bodies of followers. Disrupt the flow of souls to the afterlife. Transplant the fingers of the left hand to the right of another. Desecrate a shrine to an elder being. Sever a follower of yours into different planes of existence. Grant healing blood magic to one afflicted, which takes more than it heals. Now, in the scope of the game, only some of these is possible. So you can filter out the impossible, and that's how you get to what you need to what of these you need to do. And this has been mildly spoiled for me because I was doing research myself before. And if you don't want to know the answer to this, don't listen to what I'm about to say. This is your one warning. So if you want to do this ending without this information, stop listening now for the next few minutes. You need to slay the giant of magic. You need to disrupt the flow of souls to the afterlife, and you need to desecrate the shrine to an elder being. Those are the three I've been told that you need to do to unlock this ending. The giant of magic is the creature we saw in the Sanguine Sea. The disrupt the flow of souls to the afterlife should be obvious, based on where we've been before. And desecrate a shrine to an elder being, I don't actually directly know the answer to this one, but I'm pretty sure I can guess. Because we've seen a shrine in this game, in the Temple of Silence. And if anything's an elder god, that weird shell with tentacles coming out of it would probably be one. The only other option for desecrating a shrine would be desecrating the golden head we've seen around here. To those that remained in the end, you cannot move along with me, it seems. But I will write as best I can the rituals that grant me this passage. If you should be so dedicated a pupil, seek them out and follow me. That's how you know you can actually gain access through the door. And presumably getting through that door is the ending. And I have to assume that seeing this thing is probably the Elder Being hint. Which I'll go ahead and show off what I mean with that. Because if I'm correct, there should be an interaction that's going to happen when I get where I'm going anyway. I'm curious to see if I'm right. Because I was only given the direct answers for the first two. Though they were also fairly easy to figure out anyway. I'm glad you decided to stop by. I was able to get a lot of supplies from the arena. So anything you need is on a discount now. Well, that's nice. This is important. To the best of my knowledge, I need this to complete the ending I'm talking about. Also, get a load of that damage, 265. Problem is, we've only got 30 coins, so we're not going to be buying that right now. I'll need to figure out a good way to grind coins and quickly, if I'm going to do that. I also didn't see Demi in the room with the sleeper. Anywhere. But Demi is not here. Kinda surprised to see you here. I thought you were planning on escaping. Not to say that I'm not pleased to see you here. I don't think there's anything I can really make use of here aside from making some antidotes, and we don't really need those now. Because we didn't get any more opals, I don't think. Yeah, we've only got fire opals, which I am assuming aren't the same thing. You got anything to say? Did I ever tell you about the Wicked King of Rats? Yeah, we've heard that story like 3 times. I hit the wrong button. Okay. But what I'm talking about isn't here. I was just touching base with everybody while we were here. Go ahead and get our levels. We're actually gonna go back. No, it'd be quicker if we go to the Fetid Mire and reverse from there. To get back to where I'm trying to get to. And I can also show you guys the room I was talking about that's really good for grinding lotus pods while I'm at it. In case people that are playing this for themselves want an easier way to get some of their health potion count up. That I honestly wish I knew before, or myself. But I hadn't realized that those pods drop those until way late. Is these drop lotus pods, which is what you use to make healing potions, alongside the opal and the other thing. And every time you go in and out of this door, all of those will respawn. So you just keep going back in and out of here over and over again until you have as many lotus pods as you want. It's not exactly the most exciting thing, but it's effective. Now, we still don't have the VHS tape for the other VHS player that the castle had. And that is, as far as I'm aware, the thing that's needed for the other known ending. But I don't know where that VHS tape is. And I didn't look that up. Could I go chasing all over the map looking for it and doing all of that? Yes. Am I going to? No, because I would like to leave some mysteries in this game for anyone that wants to play it. And I was originally intending to leave this ending as a mystery too. But we've got time. So I figure I may as well see about going through the motions for this myself. Like I've said on numerous occasions, I love this game. I just wasn't sure anybody was going to want to keep watching it after the first ending was done already. I also wasn't sure how into it anybody that's been watching has been either. So these guys are dropping a decent amount of money, so we might be able to grind our money up here, actually. The thing I'm looking for should be right here. This. Because I think what I need to do involves a thing the game's been asking us to do quite a bit. There's two options here, so I'm going to try two different things. But I'm pretty confident it's Blood Drain. I'm going to try Lithomancy first, because I seem to recall that something happened with Lithomancy at some point in this game. I want to say it was here. No, nothing happened. Okay. We got a strange coin, and you'll notice it broke when I did that. And now it's bleeding. That's about what I figured. I'd also heard rumors that there was something that somebody found behind this. And I'm guessing they were talking about up there. But I can't really get there, so I'm not going to worry about that. I'm just going to share that there might be something up there. Supposedly, according to rumor on the Steam discussions when I was digging through trying to make sure I knew what I needed to do to actually finish the game. Considering we kept running into walls. Me back. This selector wants to be such a pain in my ass. Now, killing Death is going to be a tricky one. Is for those who didn't put two and two together on how you disrupt the flow of souls to the afterlife, you gotta kill Death. Because remember how I said he doesn't seem like he's completely immortal? He isn't. It is possible to kill him. There's a lot involved in doing that, and that's probably going to be the part of doing this that I'm not going to manage to do. Especially since I don't remember all of what they said to do, so I'd have to look it up. But that's the basic idea. You kill the big stompy thing in the Sanguine Sea, I believe using the Odin Slayer. You gotta kill Death, and you gotta screw up that shrine that we just messed with there. Because, remember how the text said we'll get tokens? Count of 10. This is how you know you only need to do 3 things. Because each of the things that we do gives us 10 coins. So then you'll have the 30 tokens of spite you need to get past the door. It's all really fascinating. But it's all so involved and so detailed and so long that I wasn't sure if people were going to really want to watch me slowly plod my way through all of that. Which is why it didn't end up being my primary idea for this to do all of them. Not to mention, like I said the first time, I want people to have some stuff to do for themselves for the game as well. Because I want people to play this. I appreciate that, Xeno. I just don't know if that ends up going for the wider crowd as a whole. Brain. Let me... It'll be easier if I just double check my thoughts here. I just gotta find where I saw that again. It's just gonna take me a quick second. Bear with me. Oh, right. This isn't going to work without closing and reopening the game a couple times. So I'm going to explain this right quick. What you have to do is, since this game tracks the cycles of the moon and all of that, the item required only appears during a full moon. Or, more accurately, basically during the day that a full moon happens. In our case, we could turn it back to Halloween because there was a full moon then. And somewhere around then. Then in the Forlorn Arena we were just in, there'd be a sword there. And I can adjust date and time in the computer to make this happen. But it's going to involve opening and closing the game. So let's focus on doing the Tower of Abyss first, and we'll see how I feel when we're done with that. But those who needed the information as to how to do that and didn't actually find that guide or discussion explaining it, you now know what to do to kill death. Is that sword allows you to do it. And then there's a whole long thing that happens because of killing death, but I'm not going to go into that for spoiler reasons. Just as you might imagine, killing death has consequences. And that's all I'm going to say on that matter. And as I showed last time, there's something interesting over at the Boiling Grotto, though... do I really want to go in here with no healing potions again? I did that last time we did this, and we only got about halfway before I had to bail out. No, hang on. I mean... that begs the question of if death has feelings. You would think those would run out after a few thousand years of existing, claiming the souls of everyone who dies. You'd get numb to things after a while. Okay, couple healing potions, couple antidotes. We can make a few more antidotes. Tiny, please. You and I are old, but we ain't that old. There we go, 2 more antidotes. But, as I was going to say, over here in the Boiling Grotto, there's something special. Somewhere around here's a secret door. There's one, and then there's a second one that leads to it, and I believe it's right here. Yes, I did remember. You'll note that this coffin is different from the rest, and we have a prompt to get in it. A comforting coffin awaits. Lay within? Sure. What could possibly go wrong? Oopsie. We fell into a load screen. And then we're sailing down the river. I'm gonna go ahead and skip this time, because we did this whole boat trip the first time. Welcome to the Tower of Abyss. We've got 50 floors of fun waiting for us. Let's do this. The Lucid Blade's certainly going to make some of this a lot easier than it was last time. Remember when we had to actually walk up and hit those? I remember. Pepperidge Farm remembers. You'll notice the beams off the blade aren't as strong as hitting, and I think that's because our intelligence isn't as good as our strength. I would assume that the beam is intelligence-based, since it is magic in nature. So we can also just walk around and slap them upside the head with the magic sword instead of figuring out how to use its magic. We're not that smart. Just club them with the magic sword a few times. Somehow it works itself out. Just keep on rolling. Every 5 floors you get a room with a reward. I don't know if we're still gonna get the reward or if it's gonna be empty since we did come through here and survive before. Nope, they'll be empty. Which also means we're not gonna be getting the health potions along the way that we got last time. Which is what I was worried about and why I made sure to grab some health potions before coming in. There was also apparently a bug where some of the enemies were auto-dying in here, specifically the ones that were the object enemies that we saw in that one set of floors. And apparently there was also a glitch that got fixed where some of the enemies were clipping into the walls in here. We got very lucky that that didn't happen for us. But these guys are why I brought potions. Because I was worried that I wasn't going to manage to land hits on them properly before they could bite. And I was right. Come here, Ratty. There is something I need to remember to put back on our bar other than that, though. And it is... Where is it? There it is. This. Because there's going to be a section that's basically pitch black. And that lantern is going to be necessary for us to do basically anything in it. Dispose of Queen Ratty. And there's snakes. There we go. This is going so much faster with this super strong sword. Obviously, you probably should be doing this before getting the lucid sword. But for convenience and speed's sake, it made more sense for me to just do this now. Because I'd already demonstrated that I was more than capable of getting through it since we got through most of it without any healing. That's not to say we're not going to be in any danger, because we're still going to be in danger. Or from things like poison. I don't know why you guys are running from me, but I'm happy you are, because it means you're not poisoning me again. Oh, actually. Don't need crystal shards at the second. Oh yeah, I did drink all of our remaining ocean elixirs before we started today, by the way, in case anybody was wondering about that. I could have kept those for full mana refills, but let's be real, we're sitting on like 30 mana potions at this point. There was no point in keeping those anymore. We don't use magic nearly enough for that to be relevant. But with the fairy moss we were picking up, I can just sit there and keep our health rolling its way up. I'm going to keep opening those just in case one of them somehow has something in it. I doubt any of them are going to until we hit, I think, floor 30. I think is where we stopped. Now, I could just be hitting them with the charge attack at melee range, and that might actually be better. Yeah, that works very well. You'll notice even though these things are hitting us, they're barely doing any damage to us anymore. We are just too strong. And I hadn't considered the fact that we were gonna get through this so quickly, so I did not think of a backup game or anything for today, which is why we're doing extra content here. Yeah, this is why I don't do editings, you know? Because I know editing is a miserable experience. Well, in what way is it fucking up? Because I might be able to give you an answer on some of that, depending on what the problem is. Ow, 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 fuck you. So I don't know editing software the most, but I do know a couple things. Ah, okay. Yeah, I also wasn't sure if you were using YouTube's editor or if you were using a program. Using YouTube's editor might be part of your problem. Because from everything I've heard and seen, YouTube's editor kinda sucks. Okay, so you started with a program and then you moved. Ah, okay. So that's just a quick fix solution. Let's use these spears to get rid of the other things. Okay. I mean, that does make sense. That's annoying. I guess it's so that the music wouldn't have a random cut in it. I mean, I suppose that depends on the job you want done with it there, Pazzy. I've just heard so many horror stories of it failing to render once you're done doing the editing, or it does something you didn't tell it to and it breaks the whole video. But that also happens with a lot of editing programs in general. And that may just be user error and they're blaming the program for it. I don't know, because I don't edit. Because I don't have the extra 1,000 hours in a day it takes to deal with that much of it. Up, 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 up. Missed it. Up. There we go. This sword is really good. Just ripping through the skeletons. Let the fairy moss do its work while we just chop through some skeletons. I remember when I was afraid of obsidian skeletons. They didn't last long as not a joke, and then now they're more of a joke because they die in one hit. I remember how long it took us to get to floor 20 last time. It took a while, because we had to sit there and kite around and poke things and make our way through. Now with the super strong lucid blade, we're just ripping through. And this is why I came prepared with other weapons in hand, though, is because there are things that are immune to light, like these guys. Let me go ahead and switch back to the sword, though, for this. Because this will do it quicker. Sorry, friend. Come here, you. Yeah. The thing is, in a lot of cases, you can avoid copyright claims to begin with by just not toying with things that are likely to be copywritten. It's those surprise ones that are a problem. I know there's plenty of people that are very attentive and are careful about copyright, but there's also so many people that are just so lazy with that and then complain that the copyright system is screwing them. It's like, well, you very clearly used some very heavily licensed music and you're complaining that this didn't work. I don't see where the problem in the system is on that one. Is it a broken system? Yes. Are people stupid when they're using it? Also, yes. It's kind of a problem on both ends of that one. But yeah, for like cutting tiny pieces out and things like that, I'm sure YouTube's editor's fine for that. I will read that in a second. I do see it. Just chasing these down takes priority so we can keep moving forward. And then I'll figure out what those words mean. There we go. Yeah. Which, to be fair, I'm pretty sure most of us aren't to the point where monetization matters on YouTube anyway. But yes, on the grander scheme, cutting like a tiny piece out to keep the monetization is better than not doing it. And now it's the part where everything gets dark, which is what I brought the lantern for. Yeah, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about, is sometimes it fucks up and for some reason will do exactly what you're saying there, doubling. And I've heard people complain about it doubling audio before. That one was interesting, considering that shouldn't be possible within the scope of what they did with it, but what do I know? Wrong one. It's almost like I should have remembered to use the glowy sword to deal with a ghost. It's almost like that would have made sense or something. What do you know? Like, I've always been one of those people that are a believer that the copyright claim system as it is needs to be redone, like, from the ground up. But I also have long since acknowledged that that's not going to happen. It's one of those things that's a little too entrenched at this point, and the music industry would need to be the ones to play along with that idea. And they're not going to do it. And that's not me saying that they shouldn't be able to protect their copyrights and such, because they absolutely should. But the methods and the rapidity with which that gets done is where it gets a little out of hand. That will always be my stance on it. Am I an expert? No. Not in the slightest. I have not read the law backwards and forwards to guarantee any of what I'm saying. And they didn't fix the pot monster breaking, so that's a thing. So I'm pretty sure that pot is supposed to be an enemy, but it just keeps exploding. So it doesn't actually get to do the thing. And it must have been like floor 40 we stopped at then. You know, one pot explodes and then the level ends. Yeah, exactly. I think just like across the board clarification for that would help a lot. A lot of that is muddy as all hell, and that's a problem. You shouldn't have to go get a law degree in order to be able to understand the situation with that. And that's that's of course hyperbole as far as the law degree goes, but I think people get the idea behind what I mean when I say that. These coffins are trying to kill me, in case anybody hasn't figured that one out. I never even heard of that situation, if I'm honest. And I don't know if that's just because it wasn't that as widespread as it may have appeared, or if I just missed the discussion on that. So I can't comment on that situation at all. Can I see that happening? Absolutely. But the thing with that also ends up being there could easily be a lot of back-end issues that can lead to a situation like that. But people also need to remember you shouldn't leave everything locked into one account to begin with. That's just basic common sense. Don't put every egg in one basket and then complain when your basket gets crushed. Like, I know that's harsh, but just like, no. That's just simple sanity and logic there. I know some of that wouldn't be their fault because schools and such are the idiots putting their eggs in the basket as far as things like that go. But it applies globally as far as that statement goes. Keep backups. Make sure you have a secondary option when it comes to any kind of service of any kind. Because you can never guarantee that those are going to be up at all times. Guaranteed. That's a physical impossibility. I don't care how good your system is. It's going to go down. There will be failures. Systems will malfunction. There needs to be a secondary. And only a fool would think that there doesn't need to be a secondary. That is blind faith of a concerning degree. And unfortunately, it's a very common bit of blind faith. Like, even if it's just a backup server for something, that's still a massive improvement over a single server running your entire network. Or in this case, everything being funneled through singular accounts. Golden Chimera, huh? Haven't fought this before. This is a new one. Seems to be the same monster, just a lot stronger. And just as dead now. Yes. And by and large, there's nothing wrong with that as a concept. But again, they need to be cognizant of what they're working with and how to safely, properly, and intelligently use it. Unfortunately, a lot of those schools and businesses and such that are getting into that are going into it half-cocked. They have only the barest minimum understanding of what they're doing, and that's where these failures come from. All they need to do is actually know what they're doing and know what they're getting into, and then they'd be fine. But of course, such learning and proper equipping costs money. And we all know none of those are going to want to spend money. I don't even know if I would say it has anything to do with the teachers themselves. I would say this is an issue at the admin level more than the teacher level. Would it be good to educate the older teachers and the ones who don't know how any of it works? Yes. But in terms of avoiding issues, it would not be as much on them. Especially since it would be a matter of you fix the whole line by fixing those who are teaching everyone else, basically. Is those in admin would presumably be the ones dictating policy down to the teachers and everybody. And I'm betting none of that's properly covered because the people above them only have half an idea what they're doing. Also, what am I looking at here? I have to bring things back to the game for a second just to acknowledge the fuck is this? Like, I saw the name said Slug Janitor, but, well, Slug Jailer, rather, but just, like, what? This needs to stop. This needs to not be a thing. Xeno, why are you in everything? Why are you in every game, every time I find something upsetting? How does this keep happening? Oh, I stole the Earth Elixir through the side of the box again. People say I'm the one that's everywhere. Oof. Oh, back to dark mode, huh? Okay. What do we got? Paint. Really? You waited till now to send cursed paintings into it? Okay. The scaling in this tower is confusing. Oh, it's these things. I don't know if having a sidekick is a good idea for me. I feel like their life expectancy would be lower than a Robin. Ow. 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 Getting real tired of these things knocking me around. It's extra upsetting that they put those things in the dark room. I mean, you do have a durability advantage there. I'll definitely grant that. But you could also probably do better. Or than being my sidekick. I mean, sidekick, meat shield, aren't those the same thing? Last I checked, 9 times out of 10 it ends up being the same thing. Oh, they're really just going for it, huh? Well, I'm glad I came prepared with a healing item then. And I'm real glad I came with the super strong sword here, because fighting that thing fair would have been a disaster with the shape we got here in. I also can't see a damn thing. Think the exit's this way? Yeah. We did it. That's all 50 floors of the Tower of Abyss. And now they give me another healing potion. And an ocean elixir. There's one more thing. One very important thing. This may look familiar. Tiny's probably running around doing stuff. Now, this sword may look very familiar to some people. Just gonna let that sink in. The healer's on break, it's okay. We'll live. Yeah, that checks out, Tiny. But we now have the Moonlight Greatsword. Lost relic from the kingdom of Lyria. When the moonfall came, it smothered the very school of magic where this blade was kept. Made of crystals surrounding liquid moonlight, this blade dispels darkness. You'll notice this is another weapon that throws magic around. Yeah, I'm the only one so far that's been fighting against that idea. Oh hey, there's actual scoreboards for this. We are number 1,530 with how long it took us to get through that. God damn, there's somebody that went through there in 3 minutes. I have some questions about some of these levels that people have done this with. Mostly this one. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just refusing to accept this. I feel like every following ends up becoming a cult, and I don't know how to feel about that. And the fact that you two are sitting here feeding off each other's nonsense is getting even wilder. I don't know about that one either, Zeno. I don't know. That you might at least have more fun. I don't know. We could always just share the cult. This way I don't have to deal with it myself entirely. I feel like this will go a lot better than me being the only one in charge of this insanity. Hey there, Evo. You admittedly missed us getting the ending, and we've now cleared through the Abyss Tower. It all took significantly less time than I thought. But, there's cult things happening, so that's a thing. And I opened this to look for something, and my brain died. Right, I don't have my crystal shards on my bar. That's what I was looking for. But don't worry, we're by no means done, just... Oh lord. Now it's become t-shirts. Send help. So as long as I get profit from these t-shirts, I'm not as opposed. Everything feels at peace today. Alright, Pazzy, safe travels. We were making money when we went through the tower, but then that mimic took all of the money we had. Oh boy. Somehow I knew once you got involved in this, it was going to escalate. God damn it. See, this is how these cults start. It's not usually the cult leader's fault entirely that the cult exists. It's all of the people that decide to start taking it and running with it. Yeah. I know you're taking notes, Tiny. For better or worse. This is how you would have gotten the elixir that was up here, by the way, if you did it properly, instead of chucking yourself at the ceiling like I did. All that time ago. So, we've only got a couple options left for what we can do in this at this point. Option one is we try to go find the white VHS tape in order to put that into the other VHS player and see where that takes us. or I actually close the game, adjust the date and time so that we can get the sword piece we need in order to kill Death. Because that's a whole thing. That's basically all that's left to do, because it's either that or we grind a bunch of money to get the Jotun Slayer and go kill the thing. Which, actually, that's something I can check. Hang on. Let's test a thing. We also gained a few levels going through there. We can go ahead and just get stronger. Get swole. So let's quickly go to the Castle Lefanu. Because this is going to be close to the access to the Sanguine Sea. We can also go kill the Abyssal Demon that was out here that I talked about before and never got around to killing. So we can go beat him up.
Kill them all.
I hear and I will do. Everyone is echoing the same sentiment. Everything must die. Welcome back to the happiest place on Earth, the giant sea of blood and darkness. Just such a happy place. Ignore how sad the piano sounds. Everything is fine. I mean, there's things here, just they're all in the darkness. See, there's graves. That's something. And weird two-legged abominations. Those are a thing, too. I'm moving slightly faster when I do this, in case people are wondering why I'm hopping, because the water slows you down. So I just hippity-hop my way through the splashy. There's another Abyssal Demon right there. Meow. Meow. Now, technically, the Lucid Blade is stronger than this. But as you can see, we don't need more than the Moonlight Sword to dispose of him. And I think something does happen if you kill all the Abyssal Demons, too. But I don't know that for a fact, because I've never done it, obviously. There you go. That's all that was behind him, which is why I never bothered to do it on camera again. And fighting those kind of sucks with the equipment we usually have had. So, it just wasn't worth it. But that's another mana elixir for those who are going for magic. You're going to want to get a hold of as many of those as you can, since they extend your magic. These drop blood weeds. Now, find the big boy. The problem is, the big boy moves around here, and he moves decently quick for how huge he is. So you never really know exactly where in here he is. He's just somewhere. And I believe there's something else out here somewhere that I missed. Because I had a speed boost spell on the other character, and I still have no idea where I missed that. I think it was somewhere out here, but Lord knows where out here it would be. Because we did a full loop around out here, but we did end up finding the Dark Rapier under the bridge that I missed when we did the full loop, so I easily could have missed something else, too. I don't think it's the thing that's up on top of the pedestals, though we might be able to figure that out, too, now. But I think we don't jump well enough for that idea. Out this way, I think, is where we found Summon Fairy, which since really wasn't used much. Oof. I I would rather be the one who forgot the drink rather than forgetting the pizza, though. That might just be me. I also don't know if these are relevant at all. They look like they have faces. Where the hell is the big boy? Wait, is the ground shaking? Because the ground will shake when he's nearby. Because, you know, he's massive. I must have just literally went the wrong way around to find him this time. But I also did want to kill the demon, so it lines up. It's just inconvenient. Splish, splash, splish, splash. Rah, 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 rah. Yeah, all told, if you know the pathing, this is actually quite a short game, it seems. Is technically you don't need much of anything in order to beat the game. You really only need the vampire symbol to get through the door. Yeah, you would need the symbols to get through Castlefano. You need to get Blood Drain to get into Castlefano. And you just need to survive getting through everything after Castlefano, basically, and then go grab the talismans to open the door. I can't think of that many other fundamentally required items that wouldn't just be on the path to these places that I just listed. We went to a lot of extraneous areas, did a lot of unnecessary things. Like that whole sequence with the Boiling Grotto's technically not needed at all. That area is mostly superfluous. Yeah, and it's that up there that I was talking about, as far as up on top of the pedestals goes. And I can only think of one way for this character to get up there, and I don't know if it's gonna work. But since we're here, let's try. The worst thing that can happen is it doesn't work. I hit wrong. So if it worked, I would end up on the wrong post anyway, so let's try, like, here. The idea, for those who've missed me doing this before, is I need to hit the top of the barrier just right, so that it skips me off of it and launches me. But I keep spending so long between doing this that I forget exactly how I do it. I need to make the barriers lower. But I don't want to make them too low. That's better. Oh, there's the Jotun. You'll notice we can see a little further when we're not looking directly in that direction. Yeah, there's the biggest of boys. This is the giant of magic you need to kill for the other ending. Note how much his health bar does not care. Strongest weapons we have. Health bar doesn't give a shit. Yeah. Pretty sure we need the Jotun Slayer to even hurt that. And the Jotun Slayer's expensive. Which is why I'm like, we may end up not doing that sequence overall. Because if I do the kill death bit, we'll at least have part of it done. But getting 350 coins is gonna take some time in doing. Okay, let's try a different tactic here. Because there's always more than one way to get a thing done. That's a little low. It's a little hard to read exactly where these are gonna put. And I could try to fill the sea with coffins, but let's be real, that probably ain't gonna work. There's a lot of sea to cover. Whee! There we go. Nope, I'm sliding. Come on, come on. Apparently I'm just fast enough at casting now that I can actually cast the second one before the first one disappears. It's a sword. Dang it. Okay, so we know what's up there now. We just need to get to it. I realized a thing, so let's see if I can make this work. Quickly cast another one. And... it was just jank enough that I couldn't line up properly. The idea is I'm gonna launch myself off that platform using it like a ramp. This might be too low, but we'll try it. Problem is these are all slidey. Being a problem about that. Ah! Well, we're here. Not really how I meant to get here, but we're here. This is why, and I keep saying this is why I shouldn't be trusted with these kind of tools. So I do irresponsible, dumb nonsense like this. Nah, I think that's too low an angle. But if I just keep casting quick enough, I guess I'll just make a bridge straight up, huh? Which would be it living up to its name, being Rock Bridge. So, you know, I guess this is a thing I can do if you don't want to do it the fun way. Problem is, getting it cast quite where you want it is a bit of a thing. Got it! The corrupted dagger is mine. An odd curved dagger soaked in blood and covered with a rust-like growth, bound to whoever has touched it so that it comes back to them. Type can be switched by pressing block. Hello? Oh! So it's like the fishing spears. You can throw these. Well, goddamn, I wish I knew these existed before. So these are dexterity based, just like the spears are. Huh. So a dexterity build would be viable in this game. Though a dexterity build would also mean jumping would be insanity, because every time you jump to the moon. And for anybody that doesn't believe me about that sentence, let me go back to a save point and I'll do a thing for demonstration purposes as far as jump height goes. Because people might think I'm crazy with these statements. Is we do have the other file that I can show some of the stat differences. Yeah, it was an unfortunate thing with the way that all lined up. Yeah. For sake of example, I'm gonna save the game. Note that our dexterity on this character is 15. We've saved the game, so I'm going to quickly quit game, go back to the menu. go to our level 52 wizard over here, who is still arguably more powerful, probably. Notice 30 dexterity. We're gonna go ahead and warp over to Castle Lefanu just so it's easier as a comparison. Now with double the dexterity, notice we jump a fair bit higher, but not like ridiculously so. You'll also take into account that 40 speed makes you run fairly significantly faster as well, for those who hadn't seen this character in motion. Like, it doesn't scale to insanity, but if you choose dexterity as like your basic main stat, and it goes up to like 80, you can see why I'm like, the jumping on that's gonna turn stupid. And we had basically everything that we had on the other character. This was the sword I was trying to get back at the beginning against the mummies, by the way. The broken sword they have turns into this dark greatsword, which would have been nice for us before. And apparently I did get the corrupted dagger on this file. I think I just didn't notice the blocking mechanic on it. Because, you know, I never hit the block button, so... And I think there was... Yeah, quick stride. I don't know where I found that. I know where light reveal was that we didn't go re-get. Fireworm comes out of the books you give to Daedalus. For those who were wondering about that. Dark Skull we have on the other file as well. Yeah, I think Quick Stride and Light Reveal are the only spells we were missing. Aside from Fireworm, which we had briefly, and then I died, and then we lost it, and then I never bothered to go give Daedalus the book again. Huh? Ah. But yeah, and if it wasn't as long a walk as it is, I would say I'll just quickly go back through what we were doing on the other character with this one and show what the difference is with the stats being completely different. Because these stats are a lot more even. Though with a focus on dexterity and intelligence and speed. Our strength ended up going up a lot because we were walling. So we kind of needed those other stats till we got good spells. I guess for sake of argument, give me a second to change the date and time and we'll see things here. I'm just going to need to remember to change this back. It may also confuse Twitch a bunch, so if the timer goes weird, don't worry about it. Everything's fine. So I'm gonna leave it at the same time of day. I'm just changing what day it is. So now it's back to Halloween. Happy Halloween, everybody. But I need to quickly restart the game. And it was the restarting the game that I'm like, do I care enough to do this? The answer ended up being yes. Oh yeah, by the way, the end of the game is an 8% achievement, and killing Sicarius is apparently a 9% achievement for anybody who's keeping track of those numbers. I wouldn't mind it being Halloween again, for real. This must make the universe very confused. That it's 10/31/2023 according to the computer, but the last save was almost a month after the current time. Okay, now we'll quickly go back to the Forlorn Arena with time set to Weirdo Zone. Now, somewhere around here, there's apparently a sword that's only visible during a full moon. Because there's a bunch of things that only exist during a full moon in this game. Yep, the timer is very broken. The timer is very angry. If you look at the bottom of the stream and look at the uptime, you'll see that it's negative a lot. Right now. It is very unhappy. That won't actually hurt anything in case people are worried. Plenty of people have done date time nonsense on their streams for other games, and it hasn't hurt anything. Here's what we needed. We need the broken sword. Now you'll notice it's not showing up in here. That's because it's not fixed yet. We actually need to repair this weapon in order for it to actually exist. And apparently the other two parts are here, I think it said. Let me just make sure of that one, because this is going to be some gymnastics here, so I'm going to make sure we're doing the right things. Find 2 fragments in order to fix your sword. Both can be found in the dungeons on both sides. Starting with the left Earth dungeon. Ah, okay. Remember that one room I was like, there's got to be something here? It's because there is something there. Oh yeah, this is another thing that's only because of this time. Scythe skeletons exist. There's a couple unique enemies based on the phase of the moon, and a couple unique items based on the phase of the moon. I believe specifically on full moons. I don't know if there's any on other phases. I think it is purely full moon, but I don't know that for a fact. Someone more studied on the game can answer that a much better way than I can. And I don't know if I need to be on a full moon to find these other parts, but I'm going to do it without doing that other bit just to be on the safe side. Ooh, we got the Sicarian Spear. 74, 25. Sharp Obsidian Spear held by cursed followers of Sicarius, collectors of curses for violence and flagellation. Sicarians became fond of obsidian implements for use in containing such magic. Does dark damage. Okay. I wouldn't mind getting the knives this guy has. So they look very similar to the cursed knife that we found, so... And now they've got 2 blades, though. Now, somewhere around here... No, those drop health vials. I probably should farm those at some point. Or, I guess, should have farmed those more accurately. Yeah, they said from the sword room there was something I needed to do. Reach the room with the giant sword sticking out. Go left from the sword until you hit a wall with some vines on it. Now, the problem is I don't know which way they would consider left. I presume this way? Because it would be based on where you would originally come into that room from, and we came in from a different direction. But I believe this is the correct direction. If it isn't, we'll figure it out. Just somebody remind me to change the date and time back before I end stream so it doesn't break everything. Because I don't know if it'll break anything, but I feel like if there was gonna be anything that would break because of it, it would be because of not changing it back and the timer being convinced that I streamed for -hours. I don't think it would be a thing. I'm guessing you missed the explanation, so give me a moment to not be deafened by this thing and I'll explain. In order to find a piece of a broken sword, I needed it to be a full moon. And in order for it to be a full moon, it needed to be a specific date that a full moon happened on, according to the computer, for the game to read that and understand there was a full moon. So I needed to change date and time in order to make that happen. I wouldn't bother, but that broken sword is required for the other ending. So, shenanigans have taken place, basically. I feel like we've missed our exit somewhere for this vine wall. I probably should have went the correct direction in the first place so it didn't... Oh, that's what those do. Okay, don't like that. Yeah, because I don't think they would count this, because that just looks like a crack in the wall more than a vine. But this is a high enough wall, so we can try. Making sure I'm not getting attacked. Okay, good, I am getting attacked. Great. Love that for me. Yeah, and I can't reach that. Okay, you need to die first. Oh, sure, I'm all the way over here and I get poisoned. Okay, game. Nah. None of this is at all concerning. There we go, we got the Sicarian dagger. This poison is a bit of an issue, but... Okay, fairy moss didn't help that, huh? That's upsetting. Gonna have to keep an eye on that. And just hope that the second health potion's enough. Okay, good. The poison wore off. Means I can just use another fairy moss and it'll mostly sort itself out. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the beginning of this place, because the problem is they list the path there, but they don't... Actually, no, they do show a picture. Oh, I am in the right place. Okay, I'm glad I didn't go back. Somewhere... One of these walls is where they're talking about. Their picture's not great. I think I actually was looking at the right spot. There's a bit pointing up to the spot. No, I'm not in the right spot. This is the right area, but I think this is the wrong wall. There's literally a chunk that looks like an arrow pointing up at the door, though. Yeah, right here. The very subtle arrow pointing up at where the secret is. So somewhere up here, supposedly, there's a secret door. I thought it would have been, like, right where this is pointing, because that's where their arrow was pointing. But I guess it's higher? Hang on. I'm misinterpreting this. No, they're saying it's right there. Unless there's another spot like this, but that seems ridiculous. Good night, Xeno. Sleep well. Say good night to the cult. There it goes. Now I just need to get in it. Got it. I really was worried about the door closing, screwing everything up. But no, we're fine. Everything's fine. Now, in here somewhere is what we're looking for. This is a much bigger place than I was led to believe this would be. It looks like it's all just for this structure here. And there's not actually anything in it. Other than what we're looking for, that is. Spooky music, though. Bong, bong. Somewhere in here is what I seek. And we more or less have to do a similar thing over in the other area, in case anybody's wondering how we get the other thing we need. This, I presume, is what I'm looking for. Fractured life. Now, you might be wondering, well, what does that have to do with anything? It'll make sense. I'm actually gonna teleport us out of here, rather than walking all the way back out. Because it'll be quicker to get back to the other one from the warp point than going all the way through everything again. And this way I guaranteed remember to save. Let's go and raise our speed a bit more so we're not taking all day getting there. I don't have any money really, but I might be able to afford a heal. Because they should have gone back down in price now that we're basically out of them. Not enough, though. Okay. It was worth a shot. You can probably already see the speed difference, 4 more points made. Because a handful of points of speed are actually fairly significant in this game. And I know I keep saying that over and over again, but that's because it's true. I'm gonna get myself over to the entrance to the water area, then I'm gonna double check where it wants me to go in here. I know it's not as interesting as hunting all this down ourselves, but this is a lot of, like, I would almost argue pointless footwork. Because there's not really a thing to figure out here. It's a hunt and peck and poke random walls till you find the thing you're looking for. Heading to the entrance, go on the left side, turn on the first right. Straight in the room is the secret door from there. You need to climb up to a ledge in the room. Down the slide and into the underwater structure will be fractured life. Okay. And they just show me a picture of a doorway. I don't know if that's the doorway in question that I need to find. Now, there's also a grind involved once we deal with death as well. I'm gonna warn y'all about that right now. I'm just gonna go around you. Come away. I'm basically, I think, gonna end up having to run around in here till I see a rock formation like they're showing. Because that's about the best I've got out of this. Is that there's a certain little bit of rock to look for. The other answer is I just go poking all the walls here, because it's not a raised up secret door. This is just a ground floor secret. So I could probably just find it by mashing E on all the walls like I've done before. Just a matter of figuring out where they're talking about. The fact this whole place is sparkly does not help. Ow. Yes. This is what I was trying to avoid, was avoiding getting poisoned. This basically means we're gonna have to burn our last healing potion dealing with the poison. So apparently that poison didn't last very long. Sometimes poison seems to last forever, and other times it lasts like 2 seconds, and I'm still mystified as to why. Okay, before I deal with anything in here again. Heading to the entrance, go on the left side and turn on the first right. See, the phrasing here is already weird to me, because it sounds like they're heading back to the entrance from somewhere else, but they don't tell me where they're talking about. Unless they mean the entrance to the area, in which case they really could have written this a little better. They may mean, as far as heading to the left, that they mean to go through the shortcut door instead of going into this area at all. They kind of just give me a really truncated description of the path here, and that's not really helping. But I found it. What I found has nothing to do with the picture they showed, though. So I don't know what that picture is. But apparently this is also wrong? Oh? Oh, I see. This is the bit they were talking about there, then. Okay. Because they said you need to climb to a ledge in one of the rooms. This must be the room I need to climb in. And I'm gonna guess it's that. So, buckle up. It's time for flying asshole full time again. Nice, got it the first try. Okay, now we're in the area with the fractured life. We can tell that the music's changed. I don't know if I want to be underwater or not, so I'm gonna stay on the surface till proven otherwise. Okay, looks like we do have to be underwater. Okay. Thankfully, there's no breath meter or anything. We have infinite air. Which raises a bunch of questions, but we don't really need to think about those too much. Oh, okay. I was like, what is that? It looks like, it almost looked like ice with a gap in it where water was flowing, but it's like, that wasn't frozen though. It just looked really weird. So through one of these doorways should be what I'm looking for. Or presumably, since we're in the area where the Binds of Life song is playing. Again, the fact that this place is all sparkly is messing with me. Up here, I guess? Bingo. Fractured death. Now you can probably guess what the remaining step is. How else do we take 3 things and make them 1? You know, I've never heard anyone actually say forsooth. Did you say it for me? Sure. Yeah, I don't know what I expected. Yeah, you asked the silent protagonist to say something. I don't really know what you thought was gonna happen. If you want me to be real, I don't remember. I feel like I knew the answer to that once upon a time. But we now have Limbo. A result of perfected alchemical processes, a blade held delicately in the twilight of light and dark prevents curse and blindness from ailing the user and does both light and dark damage. Get a load of this thing. Now, this sword is special for multiple reasons, and you probably guessed already one part of it by virtue of the fact that it makes you immune to blind and curse. 2 of the things that death did to us to prevent us from destroying him. So, it's time to go back to one of my favorite places. And go deal with death. Though, before I do that, I'm gonna quickly reboot the game again in order to get our timer and everything back on track, so give me a moment. Yeah, that's why I didn't remember it, and I was pretty sure it was one of those just filler words, because there's a lot of those. Back to set time automatically, and now it just jumps straight back to the proper day. And I'll just give my dashboard a kick to get the session timer back on track. Or that's gonna still stay a little confused. Well, that's concerning. Well, that's interesting. When I redid that, the players crashed. Interesting. Not the game, because I didn't reboot the game, but Twitch's video player was crashing. Oh, there we go. Timer's back now. Everything's fine. Don't worry, everybody. Everything is fine. As far as I can tell. This is why I don't usually do this kind of date-time shenanery. It feels very strange to me. And is quite wont to make the game and computer very confused. But as you can see, we still have the Limbo Sword. Everything's fine. CPU usage just went ape for a second. There we go. So we just need to make our way back down to the mausoleum. Which is thankfully not going to be that bad. I'm a little worried that my preview in Twitch is very crashed and broken, but hopefully you can all still hear me and everything is still fine as far as that goes. Because I haven't dropped any frames, and according to Twitch as a whole, we're still live, so things should be okay? Okay. I'm just worried because, like I said, the player for the preview was crashed. And I'm still not sure why that happened. Presumably when I refreshed, it got mad at me. I appreciate that. What was that email? Hang on. I saw a weird email. Oh. What? Well, that's weird. So apparently, if any of you that have Humble Choice, apparently the keys specifically for Deathloop are going to expire on January 2nd for some reason. I've already used my key, so that's fine, but that's a very weird thing to suddenly have happen. Yeah, I just didn't hear anything to that effect before that popped up, so I'm like, huh, that's a little weird. Usually something like that would have made enough waves that people would know about it, but I guess maybe this was a purely behind closed doors, like, hey, we need to change this. This type deal. Because otherwise, codes like that should never change. Yeah. I don't know, it's just a weird thing, so I'm like, I'm gonna point this out. I don't know anything about the situation, and I don't know why this is happening, but this is a thing. As if I even look at any of that. Wait. Saw a thing for a second. Or is that just referring to that? I don't know. I thought I saw a question mark, but it may be referring to the mausoleum door, and I forgot that it pops up with a question mark. Time to go beat up Death himself. That'll be fun, won't it? Just go slap Death upside the head. Like that. And they are dropping a decent amount of money, so this is actually going to work out for money grinding as well. So this may not be the worst situation. So unfortunately there was only so many of those. But we could go down to the Green Asylum and go beat up skeletons for money. If I really want to do the other part of this. Which I guess if I'm doing this, I may as well do the whole thing. Or at least, like, set up for it and be like, hey, this is as far as this goes. There's still a lot of weird mystery things in this game. There are apparently... I think there was said to be another ending that people haven't figured out yet. And I'm sure somebody could probably, like, data mine out all of that information, but people haven't been doing that yet because, you know, they want to figure it out. And anybody that has data mined it has probably kept it under their hat. So this game's only been out 1.0 for like 2 weeks. And it's certainly not so big a title as to have everybody clamoring to take it apart. Yeah, it came out in 1.0 2 weeks ago. Why do you think it moves as well as it does? Otherwise, I'd be having a lot more trouble moving. Yes, I know, visually it doesn't look like a new game. I get that. Though we've seen games that came out this year that look worse than this, too. Yeah, we just gotta hang out here and wait for Death to show up so we can beat him up. Yeah, no, I think it came out in early access either last year or the year before that, and then it came out in full release 2 weeks ago. Yeah. To be fair, it's an acquired taste, and it is very much a case of not for everyone. And I would never say otherwise on that. Come on, Death. This timer always felt so short when I was rushing through here to grab what I needed out of in here and then get out. Which it turned out we didn't even need any of the things that were in here. There's no point in dancing around it. Is all that'll do is if anybody does see through your bullshit, they're gonna be pissed at you anyway. So you may as well just piss them off right out the gate and get it over with. If they're gonna be mad about it. Here, Death, 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 Death. Come here, Death. Got something in your color. It's just for you. Come here. Now, it's worth noting, I don't know if I'm actually gonna have to actually fight Death, or if he just dies if I hit him with this. Ha! Death has died. Well, good news, everyone. Death is dead. I'm bleeding a lot. Waiting to see if it's gonna stop before it runs me out. There we go. I mean, I do have his scythe. Which, there's a complication to this new situation we've got here. There's actually a couple fairly big complications to this. Let me get the guide back up to make sure I know what to do. Okay. So it's just that simple, huh? Back when life was first expelled, a farmer, their flock they held. Clutching life, they did weep so, death became the end we know. No matter strive or fear or rage, it seeks out and unlocks life's cage. While we hate to hear it so, death has us love the life we know. Now let's go back to town and realize something's amiss. Nobody's here. Everybody's gone. So that's a problem. Because we're cursed. The only way to get rid of the curse is to make this scythe our own. And we'll be constantly harassed by these guys. Now, the reason I came back here is because the guide says that the specters show up the most around places where there's a lot of graves and things. So I figured this would be a good place. And you notice we got different music as well. Like, it is maximum spooky. But just note how slowly the meter for this is going up. When they said this was gonna be a grind, they weren't kidding. Also, breaking those graves made purple sparks this time instead of blue. I wonder if Death Scythe is related to something else. Or if that's just a coincidence. It seems like all of them are breaking with purple sparks, even the ones that lit up blue before. Yeah, those are still lighting up blue, so maybe I'm talking out of my ass on that. The reason why I'm walking around breaking everything is because you get weapon experience for everything you hit. And technically, it's better to hit something many times as far as weapon experience goes, rather than hitting something very hard. So you kind of want to actually be doing spam hits more than anything. Doesn't look like hitting the corpse counts, though. Like, I was doing a grinding loop with the other weapons where I just ran through the library a dozen times. But I wasn't sure if I needed to kill the specters for the experience to be gained. It doesn't look like I do, so we can actually just go wherever. And this'll work. That's the box with a skeleton in it, in case people forgot that and are wondering why I keep walking past a chest. Because it doesn't have loot in it, it just has a skeleton. Now that said, there's another thing we could try to do to grind multiple things at once, and that's go over here to Terminus Prison, go down into the green asylum area and go beat up all the skeletons that are down there, and see if we get a bunch of money that way. Because then we can get the Jotun Slayer, and that'll actually be enough to get us the ending. Because that'll be the remaining coins. The only reason I'm doing this part is just to get rid of the curse that's on the scythe, so things go back to normal. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be bothering to do this part. Because of the fact that it's going to take a while. But I figure if I just go bash through all of that, this should work itself out. Theoretically. Realistically, who knows? This is very much a fingers crossed that this works plan. Because the meter is going up when I'm destroying these, and they are drop making money, so... The plan is kind of working, just not gonna be like legendary speed. There's also not much point to me doing all of this off screen and then coming back to show just those ending portions, because it's gonna take like not even a half an hour probably to do all of that. So it's kind of in a weird spot for me as far as that goes. That's why, and I keep saying this, but this is why originally I wasn't going to do this. But this is a good way to pad out the time for today without me having to split the videos when it comes to the YouTube VOD. So boy, do I wish experience on weapons went up a bit quicker. It's not going up terribly slow, but it's not, like, holy shit fast either. And I gotta be careful not to die in the process doing it down here. Not because I'm worried about the skeletons killing me, it's the big skeletons down below that I was just considering fighting. Because this weapon does a lot of damage. I might be able to kill them without it being too big a ball ache. I'm just not sold on that being a good idea. But I think what I'll do is, for sake of argument, I'll hop down, fight them for a bit. If it goes badly, I'll just crystal away. Oh, this was another thing I hadn't even thought about for a problem, though. This area being full of specters. Because there's a lot of death down here. As you can see, though, moved the meter up actually a respectable amount. Because we had to hit a lot of things to deal with that. So actually, for grinding it with the specters, this would actually be very good. They just actually do damage to me, so it's not the best. We can kill the giant skeletons pretty quickly, though. That at least gives me some satisfying revenge. I think this might be a cubbyhole we didn't actually check. Or is this the one that led to the door? Nope, it actually leads to an earth elixir, which is fantastically helpful at this point. Believe it or not. Because this gives me an extension on our life down here. Because I can fully heal with that. Meaning, I'm not as concerned about dying for the moment. Because if we start to die, I can just drink the other one we have. And arguably the biggest advantage to this is our experience is actually going up a decent amount. So if there is anything else that's going to be bad to fight, we will actually get a bit stronger to deal with it. You may be noticing that the specters are doing extra damage sometimes. That's because mana drain, once you're out of mana, drains health. They also really just start stacking up and hitting a lot. So that's the other reason why they become a problem. That meter really is not climbing as fast as I would like. Okay, let's crystal away. We do have 97 silver. So we did gain a decent chunk of money, because I think we went down there with like 30. But I'll show you guys what I was doing as my grinding loop. Walk around, break all the books. Because every breakable counts towards weapon experience. And this area has a lot of breakables to it. Not exactly exciting, but you'll notice the meter's moving at appreciable pace for the moment. It's only something on the order of like 100 or so experience a weapon needs to upgrade. So technically you only need to get like 100 or so hits. It's something in that vein. I forget what the actual number is. I think it might be higher than 100. But that's also why you'll notice fast weapons like the claws actually level really quickly. Is because they attack very fast, so you're just going whack, 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 whack. Which makes the experience go nuts. Now, half the time I don't even bother going down here. I just reload the area and continue up there. We can also just walk through down here. Break all the plants and books and crap that's everywhere down here. I'm not sure which one's faster. To go through a full loop through here or to do the half loop up top. So since I'm out of crystal shards, debatably the half loop would be faster. I was trying to get a spell out of my menu, good sir. They're gonna make it quicker, I guess, by just showing up. Quicker will be a debatable statement on that one. The one problem we have is we can't get any more healing until we finish doing this. Because we can't do alchemy without the alchemist. We can't buy healing because Cheryl's gone. So, after we're done in here, I'm going to check something. I just had a thought. It's a very silly thought. But it might be something Kira overlooked. I doubt Kira would have overlooked this, but I'm curious. So I'm going to check. Its health bar appears to not be moving, but I think our experience meter is going up. I'm cursed. This is not ideal. Because remember, Limbo prevents us from being cursed. Death Scythe apparently does not. So now we gotta wait till I'm not cursed anymore, and then we can resume attacking. There we go. Yeah, neither of these weapons seem to hurt these guys. So that's slightly awkward. His light damage doesn't affect these guys, but I would have figured since it's a split light-dark attack, maybe it would have affected them, but maybe they're immune to dark, too. The meter is definitely going up a little, I think, when I'm doing that, but I probably should get rid of these guys rather than faffing around with that. His last thing I need is them to get a couple lucky shots and us die, and then we have to do this whole process again. That would just be no fun for anybody. Aside from those that would be greatly amused at my death and misfortune. Which I'm sure there's plenty out there of, but that's neither here nor there. And I did not come prepared with anything to ramble about during this either. I, again, wasn't planning on doing mega grind right now, but, well, here we are. Because the idea was I did the grinding this morning so that we didn't have to do any today. Their health bars are empty, but they're still alive. I'm gonna assume they just have a magic pixel of health. Yeah, that was the situation. Okay. I just was beating them up a bit again with the scythe just to grind some free experience off of them. I'm just gonna keep hitting this corpse for a bit. I want to see if the meter increases while the corpse is still present. I can't tell with any certainty. I feel like it did, but I genuinely don't know. Because again, since you're getting one experience at a time, more or less, per hit, you can't tell the movement particularly. Like, that's why I'm not even sure if I'm getting any when they're alive, since we're not doing damage to them. Which, this is the first time I've run into that problem with this idea, because everything else I've brought down here could actually hurt them. So I just run through, and since all these guys are pretty easy to kill, you just smack them around and keep going. But every track is weird until we fix the scythe. So right now, the world's kind of screwbally. As you might imagine from, you know, the natural order of things being kind of fucked by death not being a concept anymore, since we killed death. It's a little bit of a weird situation. Now, the downside to running through here is also going to be we're not going to be getting any money. But I don't know. It doesn't really seem like either of these are faster than the other either. For this weapon in particular. I think it might actually be slightly quicker going down below, but it's more dangerous. I went to the wrong place. We can see what happens by going here, though. Saw a Spectre health bar when I appeared, and I heard a ping noise. So I think we got attacked when we left, like a Spectre spawned when we left the other place. Because remember, we have load screen protection now. Thankfully, we can amend our mistake just by going back through this door. Once again, looking at the path we failed to take long ago. Is the green asylum is very close to here. Ta-da, there it is. It's actually to our benefit when the obsidian skeletons don't die in one hit. So I suppose this is a good time to ask everybody what they think as far as the game goes. I mean, Evo's point's been basically made already, so there's that. But what does anybody else think with this? And if anybody's got other questions, by all means ask them now, since we're gonna have a bit of time where there's a whole lot of nothing happening. Other than me just walking in circles, pummeling enemies over the head, until I get tired of this idea and decide we're not getting through this. That leads back up, so I don't want to go that way. So as far as the loop in here goes, I don't dare go do the big skeletons again since we have no healing. And I don't want to get swarmed by specters and die. Because that would make this entire endeavor pointless, and that would be frustrating. For everyone involved, I think. But as it stands, with the pace that this is leveling at, it'll be done probably in the next, like, 20 minutes, maybe? Hopefully. Probably a little longer than that. That's if I stay at a regular pace of increasing the meter. So the fact that we've gotten no specters on top of the skeletons this time does slow things down a lot. 'Cause it seems like I feel like I'm getting a bonus as far as the meter goes from the specters. I'm gonna stand still for a second and see if some specters show up. This also gives me a chance to answer some notifications because I've got a lot of them piled up, apparently. I think I can hear one of the big skeletons directly underneath me being like, I know you're up there. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna eat you. But he can't. Because for all that he's big, you know what he can't do? He can't fly. This is when I just hear flapping wings and he just comes flying up the hole at me and I'm like, but why? Or they just form a skeleton tower and climb their way up here or something stupid like that. There's 1,000 ways that sentence could have been an instant case of eating my words. Just see like a bone ladder just roll up the side, like, no, come on. Yeah, we have 1/3 of the money we need for the Jotun Slayer, and we have about 1/4 of the experience we need. So they're going at a similar rate. Actually, yeah, going back and forth through this door might actually be quicker than teleporting. Because I can walk over to the crystal here, touch it, walk back through the door. I think this might actually be why they gave you the load screen immunity, actually. Did anybody else notice how I keep having an immunity ping pop up and a Spectre health bar show up every time I've been passing through this doorway here? Specifically entering this area, we keep getting attacked by a Spectre, I think. But it doesn't actually exist. But when we go this way, nothing happens. So I wonder if there was a lot of reports of people getting killed in the load screen during this sequence. And that's actually why that patch was made. That would actually make sense. Again, it's kind of pointless to try to reason out the reason behind something like that, considering there's so many different ways it could have gone. And, you know, it's not something that particularly needs to be reasoned out either. Wow. Really tough skeleton right there. Lost his head, lost his arm, and still needed one more to go down. Impressive. See you. Thought you were slick. Holding out on me for money. Never works out. $2, I'll take it. Like, in terms of making this process quicker, it might just be better if I just, like, keep running in, deal with those handful of skeletons, and keep running back out, rather than looping around and trying to grab every single skeleton. Like, I'm just thinking in terms of efficiency on that one. Because it means we don't get this obsidian skeleton and those 2 skeletons, and that's about all you lose from not doing the full loop. But it cuts a solid, like, 10 minutes off the loop, I think. Because we get back to the door just by going this way. So it's just a matter of go through the door, turn around, run down the steps, kill the handful of skeletons, repeat. I feel like we get more meter from the library area, but we also spent a lot longer in there. So I'm genuinely not sure which one's better. Either one could potentially be the more efficient answer, but I just cannot tell. Yeah, there it goes. No effect again from a specter. I'm not gonna bother walking all the way over there this time, because we haven't taken any damage. This will be the time where I walk through this door and like 50 specters are waiting here and we die, and I end up losing the trip we made without saving, but eh. Trying to make this more efficient. Because there were claims that the most efficient way to grind weapon experience is just keep reloading Wings Rest and breaking all the objects in there. And I guess it kind of would be. So I would suppose that to a certain degree it would depend on how quickly you can load in and out of the area. Because like this has the added bonus of your double dipping. You can get money and experience doing this. And you get some actual regular experience on top of it. Not a lot, since these skeletons are chumps, but you know what I mean. Wow, this was actually a really good run for money. We got, what, like 30 just in that set of skeletons right there? I'm not gonna bother running all the way down there for those guys. If this weapon had a projectile, I could just throw it through the bars here and kill them. But sadly, killing them with magic while holding the weapon, I don't think counts. Otherwise, I'd absolutely be trying to cheese it even harder. But you know, there's only so much you can BS your way through something. We got another volunteer for weapon experience. Splat. Like, it is such a stupidly short distance between where we were looping and where we needed to be the entire time. And I know I'm gonna keep grousing about that, but I'm just so mad at myself for missing this door with how massive this door is. The entire end of last session. The part of that was genuinely trying to figure out the whole situation down there with the Green Asylum as well. And the Labyrinth of Ash once we got down there, too. So it's not entirely me just having been goof-braining, but you know what I mean. Let's raise our speed as well to make this go a little better. I think we're like about to be at a third of the meter now. And we just need 160 more coin to get the Jotun Slayer, though getting the money won't matter until we've fixed the scythe. Yeah, going on a tear through the breakables is definitely helping. I wonder if this is, to a certain degree, what it's like to watch people learn a speedrun, because I feel like we're just doing the same thing 1,000 times, just trying to make it more efficient at this point. And on the base level, that is basically the same thing. That's the very base level comparison, but it exists. And it's at least a thought to distract my brain with while I run in circles and slowly go mind numb. And I guess we could just do like a greatest hits thing, like go running through every area of the game again and just go on a murder spree with our new toy. That would also be a lot of ground to cover. So I don't know if that would really be any better. For those wondering, I'm pretty much only holding on with continuing to do this because I'm curious to see how this all plays out. Otherwise, I would have went, this is boring, and thrown the idea away by now. I'm both curious what the upgrade for the scythe looks like, and curious about how this whole thing actually works. And I don't know if I'll go to the point of putting like a spoiler warning into the description for the VOD or not. I figure if people are watching it, they probably should be expecting spoilers to happen. Considering the VOD is very clearly labeled to be the ending of the game. I don't know. I'm really not sure where to draw the line with things like that to begin with either. I don't want people accidentally getting spoiled on things, but at the same time, if they're watching a video about the end of a game and they are upset that the spoilers for the end of a game happen, I feel like that's not my responsibility at that point. I feel like that might be past that line. Like, there's the argument to be made of, like, well, you're responsible for what goes into the video, and it's like, well, yeah. But the person clicking the video is also responsible for having chosen to click the video knowing full well what the content of the video was going to be. I say that because there's been some interesting situations happening now and then with people clicking on videos and then being mad about what's in them. I'm not going to point at any specific examples because I don't want to get into most of those situations. But just, like, the concept alone is one of those things that just makes me shake my head at the universe. Just, like, why? Why is this a thing that ends up having to be a concept anybody needs to talk about? And I feel that way about a great many things that happen on the internet, in case anybody's wondering on that score. The list goes on enough that I'm not going to get into that as a whole either. You can say with like 60% certainty that if there's a discussion that isn't something like serious and concrete, I more than likely think the discussion is stupid. Because usually it is. It's usually a discussion that doesn't need to happen and people are just quibbling for the sake of quibbling. Because they need something to argue about, apparently. Yeah. Well, they could certainly find their stimulation without pissing off a large portion of the internet, but I guess that's their chosen form of stimulation. I don't know. The drama hounds will always confuse me. See, but that's different because you were a kid and then you learned better. I expect that behavior from a 12-year-old. At some point, that's supposed to change. Like that's where the problem comes in, is people just don't fucking grow up. And I can't even say that I was entirely better. There's still things I'm not better about either. I fully acknowledge that. But it's one of those things that people being a little more self-aware would do wonders. Like, we got people out there that want to make machines self-aware, but half the human race hasn't figured out how to be self-aware. Yeah, I've done that a few times. Some of that you know about already. But the thing is, there's a mixed result there, because some of it is they're not willing to get better, and some of it is they're genuinely that oblivious that the behavior that's being exhibited is a problem. And I'm not saying that as a specific example, that's just something I've noticed. Is even if you tell someone time and time again that a behavior is a problem, and even if, like, a massive amount of people are telling them that this behavior is a problem, if they themselves do not realize that that's an issue, they will never improve. It has to be internalized. Oh yeah, I'm not saying it had to be your problem. By all means, get the hell out of there, because it isn't worth it to you to deal with that. This is just a statement of, like, this is how it would probably be worked to fix people that are an issue like that. But again, that's their issue to fix. That's not your problem. They are the ones responsible for fixing their behavior. You know, it's almost... I think it's actually worth more experience just to clean out all the bloodweed in here than it is to go down there and kill the skeletons. But the skeletons give me money, so I'm gonna keep killing the skeletons. So I think I saw a more appreciable increase in the meter when I just ran through that. Well, it's based on number of hits, like I was talking about before. And the weeds are a lot of targets for me to hit with no effort. I get regular experience from the skeletons, though. So that gives them value to hunt down. But at this point, they give so minimal an amount that, for me specifically, it's no longer relevant. It's purely for the money. Because, you know, I'm just hitting them once, they're dying, and I move on. I would need either a much stronger opponent or a much weaker weapon to grind experience for the weapon off of these guys in any real capacity. But we only need 6 more coin drops as long as they're 10s. So there's that. Though I will say, I think this weapon experience system is better than if it was experience based off of the enemy's experience drops. Because you'd end up with cases where you'd either have your weapons growing way too fast, or they'd have to have the same kind of experience curve that your levels do, and that's gonna make that would make a case where some weapons would be such a chore to level, because you'd basically have to make a system where a weapon would basically have an assigned level to it to tell where the experience curve would be. And thus you'd have weapons with exponentially higher and higher costs for leveling them. As it stands, I'm pretty confident this weapon has a higher experience requirement than most, because I feel like by now we should have leveled it. But I've also not, from the ground up, ground very many weapons, aside from the lance, which definitely felt like it was going quicker, but it also wasn't one-shotting things. So, there's that. The moment I realized there's a bunch of breakable bloodweed on the ground, I think is the breakthrough that made the experience situation here go a lot faster. Because it basically, like, tripled our targets. It's like, look how much the meter moved that time. Just clearing some of these out. We haven't even gotten all of them yet. You can actually tell that the meter moves doing it this way. And every now and then we get a Spectre, which is worth a chunk as well. Because they take multiple hits to kill. Oh, the excitement of grinding. Excuse me. And for those wondering, no, I'm not entirely sure why I necessarily chose to go full info dump about the merits of two different experience curves for weapons, but, well, here we are. I guess it's just a matter of brain has nothing else to focus on, and I have nothing else really to talk about, so we may as well just info dump. And I can see, like, a straight experience-based weapon experience system working, but it, again, at the higher end would become the issue. Because there's definitely games that give you set experience when you hit with a weapon, and there's games that give, like, the monster kill experience, more or less, when you kill with the weapon that needs to level. And I've seen both systems work, and they both can work well. You just may need to have under-the-hood multipliers and such to make the weapons feel like they grow at a reasonable rate when it comes to the kill experience version. Or just make sure your system's smart enough not to have it grow so exponentially as to become impractical. And I think part of this speeding up is just the fact that I'm getting a little quicker about hitting all of these. Because I know where they are, I know how to get to them, and I've, like, figured out the path muscle memory-wise. I think that's helping make this seem like it's going quicker as we're going. And my brain's definitely zoning out of the concept entirely, so time seems to flow differently. I'm not even gonna put two ways about that one. Brain is not focused at all on what I'm doing. Brain is completely in, like, meta-knowledge mode now. Okay. 16 more coins, and then we can get the Jotun Slayer. And not too awful long before we have enough experience. It definitely took longer than I thought it would, but I also knew that that calculation was a very hopeful one to begin with. So I can't say I'm shocked that that's how that played out. But let this be a prime example of why I don't tend to do my grinding on stream. Because for all that I can talk a lot and talk about a lot of topics, a situation like this boggles my capacity to talk. Because I have nothing to pull the thoughts from, basically. I suppose is the best way to put it. I have nothing to cause me to start on a topic. So I have to pull the topic from my head. And a lot of the time, I don't have that, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's absolutely nothing to do with anything on any of your ends. I shouldn't be expecting you to be helping with that. It's nice when you are all participating, but I understand you've all got important things to be doing yourselves. We all have our lives to lead and all that. I'm just happy you've chosen to spend part of it listening to my nonsense. While I ramble on and slap weeds with a scythe. That would be surprising, but as long as people think so, that works for me. Though I suppose it's maybe some of the entertainment is drawn from the fact that I am self-aware of the fact that I'm just talking a bunch of crap right now just to fill space. Like in the meta commentary, what the hell am I doing with my life kind of way. We're nearly there, though. We have covered so much ground. Yeah. I mean, as you know, I've asked myself that question more times than I'd like to think about. And every time I make a change, it goes away for a little while, and then it's like, oh, now I'm doing this with my life. Is this really any better? It's like, well, yes, but no, but yes, but no. Because nothing is like a perfect solution. That just doesn't exist. Dissatisfaction will sadly be around the corner in a lot of cases. You just have to be able to find your own ways to mitigate that and be happy with what you have. And I know that may sound grim and dark in certain ways, but that's just the honest truth of life. You'll always end up disappointed with what you're doing because you will have done it so many times. Yeah, exactly. You just have to keep making just enough changes to keep yourself happy. Because you are beholden to you. There we go. Now that we have enough money, I'm just gonna run in, smack all the bloodweeds, walk out, walk back in, smack all the bloodweeds, and we should be done before you know it. At least that's the hope. I'm feeling a rumbling in my feet, so we might have loud machinery coming through again. It's also getting dark, so they probably are done for the day with whatever the hell they were doing over there. Well, I didn't actually hear it yet either. I just felt it in my foot. The one foot that's actually still touching the floor. But it may also just be one of those people with, like, a non-existent muffler, because now and then I feel that in my foot, too, if they're the excessively loud ones. Yeah. I mean, now and then, like, thunder will come through the mic. I've definitely heard people comment on that before. And when it came through earlier, I'm pretty sure it picked up on the mic, because it was enough that I couldn't even hear myself think. Which is why I was commenting on it, in case it actually did happen again, so people would be prepared for it. Yeah. Like, I could tune the noise gate down to be near perfect, but then the second anything changed in how I'm speaking, it would all start falling apart. So it's just not worth it. Yeah. That is already a good enough spot, really. As long as it's not picking up everything in God's green earth around you, that's good enough. I think I'm gonna have to do that one more time because we're just short. Though actually, no, the things in Wings Rest will probably be enough to finish this. As we'll clean the place up for when everybody comes back. There we go, meter's full. Death created. Oh. So I lost the scythe and brought death back. Okay. So that's good. I mean, I don't have the scythe anymore, which is a little sad, but probably for the best. The universe does kind of need death to exist, so I am going to inherently have to be fine with that. I'm warping back because that should reset the NPCs. Yep, there we go. Now I can buy the Jotun Slayer. Fire and Darkness. Oh, it's a big boy. Well. Well, let's try this idea out. Since I grinded the money for it. So I don't have to warp again. I don't have any healing or anything, so if this is actually like a significant fight, this might be a problem, but let's see how this goes. Now, mind you, this is a slight presumption on my part that this is gonna work. I know there was some debate in the discussions about if this is the thing you need for it, and the fact that nothing else worked implies that this would be the answer. But I didn't actually see confirmation on this one. Nor did I seek out confirmation. Gotta go find the big boy. And crack him in the ankle with this and hope for the best. Which sounds like a really bad plan when I say it out loud. just go crack the giant four-legged, seemingly immortal being in the ankle with a magic sword we just bought. And there is no plan beyond do that and hope. Can't say it'd be my worst plan, but you know, there he is. Found him. Charge the Whopper. I'ma get ya. Coming for your ankles, big boy. Oh yeah. Well, he's dead. Kind of flooded the area a bit more, though. Well, good news, everyone. I killed a giant thing and flooded the sea more. You know, not really sure how to feel about the flooding the Sanguine Sea part. I'm also a little sad that it just was one hit and then that thing died. That was kind of silly. But, you know, we got giant, mashy, fire death sword, so yay? Music also changed, I think. But more importantly, we now have 30 coins. We can now open the door and find out what's on the other side. Now, I'm going to tell y'all right now, I don't know what's on the other side. I only know what we've just done. I only knew the pieces to the puzzle to get the door open. And even that was shaky. Purposefully shaky. No, the bridge is this way. At least the shortest way to the bridge. Rather than taking the long roundabout route we did the first time we came back here today. Yeah, there's the glowy floor. There's the bridge. And then from there, just a hop, skip, and a jump to the Passage of Abdul. And then we find out if anything happens once we pass through it. Whether that just triggers an ending or if there's something else we have to do. Which I'll go ahead and outline something else about the third ending that's known a little bit for all of you. Just in case any of you are interested in such a thing. And the thing I'll outline is it is, for all practical purposes, you have to 100% the game to get the other ending. You need all of the spells, you need to do the thing with both the VHS tapes and all that good stuff. Which is why that's the ending that's not happening. Because as much as I like this game, I'm not one of those people that goes through and 100% a game. Barring the one instance I've mentioned before of the fact that I have 100%ed a few of the Castlevania games. That was also at the time when I had a lot more time on my hands and a lot more willingness to do such things. Oh wow, those guys do experience drain. That's upsetting. They never actually got to do that before. Here's Abdul's passage again. It's around here somewhere. I think it's behind that secret door I just turned away from, isn't it? Or is it... No, it's past these jokers over here. That's why this passage was filled with them. You'll notice all the marks are gone. Let's open the door. Here we go. Oh, this looks less than ideal. I think we got the bad ending. Considering we just turned to space dust. Yeah, I think that might have been a bad ending. Or maybe not? We're just kind of floating out here now? Wait. An eye's opening? This is very trippy, but I don't understand anything about what's happening. Okay, there's the door again. And then water and trees. Okay. Hated that sound. You've made it to another realm, one full of life and joy, but slowly you realize that you cannot move, you cannot do anything other than observe, and along with you came a plague. An unnatural demon relishing in its newfound territory, howls in delight. You've doomed an entire new world to terror and cruelty. Ah, right, because the god of cruelty was the one that we made happy by grabbing their coins. And they came through with us. That checks out. So, we finished the game two ways today. We left the dream, which was overall a positive thing. We've... Why do I feel like I'm in a spot I shouldn't be? I don't know why I respawned here. Doesn't matter. Yeah, we left the dream by waking the sleeper, which was presumably actually us? There's a whole thing with that I'm not gonna try to unpack, really. And then we left this plane for a new world and fucked it. More or less. Which... Yeah, you're right that that's kind of the thing we do. That checks out. I'll go ahead and mark that off as a thing that's happened, that we've done two endings for the game. I won't, like, add it to the count in terms of it being a separate number. But I like having that documented. Ending 1 and 2. I don't know if those are actually endings 1 and 2, but for my own documentation purpose, that's what I'm going to label them as. And at the 4-hour mark, having done two endings and all of that, I think that'll do it for today. I think that's a good stopping point. It's otherwise I have to either continue to muddle through and do random bullshit in the hopes of reaching that 100% ending or finding something else in here. Or I do something completely different and have to clip that off of the VOD for sake of making it make any sense on YouTube later. So let me take a quick look around to see who's doing what and figure out what we're going to do from there. Of course, thank you for being here. I just need to quickly figure out who I'll be sending us to. Because I've got a couple good options in front of me. Kind of surprised that he's still going. He's probably ending soon. but I'll check. Because that would be funny for people to watch. Yeah, no, they're still actively going, but they did just get another raid. I don't know if I want to just piggyback off of the other one there or not. So it is always funny when people are like, oh god, another one, why? I'll flip a coin. Let's see if we throw him further off balance or if we go elsewhere. I say as I end up throwing the coin across the room. Hang on. Is it bounced off my finger just right to get yeeted? Okay. That answers that. We'll be hopping over to see Jay, who's doing some played up with another VTuber. You've heard me talk about Jay before. He's also one of the ones I played Ember Knights with weeks upon weeks ago at this point. So, schedule for the upcoming week. I have no idea what I'm doing tomorrow. I'll just be honest straight up on that one. Because tomorrow was going to be the overflow day in case today we didn't manage to finish Lunacid somehow. I'll figure something out between tonight and tomorrow. And of course, as usual, the rest of the week's also going to be similarly up in the air. For those new, it'll be streams Friday, Saturday, and then back to Thursday, Friday, Saturday, rather. And then back again on Monday. In theory, in the next few days, I should be receiving the code for that game I've mentioned that I kickstarted forever ago that should be coming out soon. I'm still going to refrain from saying it in case something went wrong with BackerKit or anything and I don't actually get the key. But just bear in mind that there may be something I've been looking forward to a lot that may end up wiping a chunk of the schedule in order for me to cover it. But I'm going to cut the rambling short so I don't sit here and talk about things for the next hour. Be good to Jay. He's good people. I'll see you all tomorrow with something. Have a good one, everybody. Bye.